Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Tom.
Welcome on this lovely Wednesday afternoon. Thank you for coming. And we now have a quorum. And do we have anyone online yet? Not yet, but we have a quorum here in the room.
Zuby's up there.
Is he?
Yep.
Hi, Zuby.
Linda is driving in now.
Oh, there he is. Hey, Zuby. Welcome.
How are you doing today?
There she is.
And there's Linda. We have a super quorum.
Hey, Linda.
No,
Hey.
you're one over.
Who is? Me?
Yeah, you guys need to switch.
We need to switch, okay.
Your name tag?
We gotta swap, Linda.
I had to reach for my thing to see where
Where are we sitting?
I was.
Everyone got their right seats?
I think
Got
so.
your tickets?
Sign
Sit in your right seat?
Yeah.
Could I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
Mr. Chair, if we could, I'd like to remove the bar from the agenda.
Which is,
It is under action items and it is number, letter C. Yeah, C.
any particular reason for doing that?
We don't need to ask for the money. We are going to wait on that and just use a contractor we have in place. So
Okay.
the entity is still, the MOA is still on the agenda, but not the bar that would
Okay.
transfer money.
Okay, good. Any other changes in the agenda? Well, there are a couple of things we could do, but I don't think we have to change the agenda for that.
No, you don't.
I have a motion,
So moved.
and I have a second.
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 All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, the agenda is passed. So now we have public comments. Audrey, do we have public comments?
We do have a public comment from Lena German.
Good afternoon, Chair, President. I just want to mention, my name is Lena German, and as you might know, I'm very interested in Santa Fe Community College board business. I'm just noticing that, like, I was looking for information about the September 19 meeting, and I see the agenda on the website, but there's no link to the budget that was proposed. And the same thing, I was at a board meeting in August where you guys, where somebody mentioned that there was a communication consultant hired and a report was produced and that was going to be sent to the board. Again, there was no follow-up on the websites for me to read that anywhere. So there's some information about board meetings and documents that are being submitted that are not available easily, I guess. So I'd like to ask for that. To encourage that. Plus, like, I was looking for the video of the September 19 meeting, and I don't see it anywhere on the website. So it's not very easy to find videos of board meetings after the fact. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks, Lena. Audrey, do you want to comment on that, or you just want to?
Well, I don't know, because I link everything that I've been given. The videos, though, I'll have to work with Mason on that. But
Okay.
I will check.
But in terms of documents from board meetings,
They're in the packet.
Right.
so they should be available online.
They're linked, yeah.
So
Today, that's September 19th, and not
Oh, September 9th.
discussed after the August, during the August meeting. And I'm not blaming them, I'm just saying, it might be there, buried somewhere on the website.
We did not have a budget document on the 19th. There was no budget document, so I understand that wasn't linked. We never discussed the communication plan either. We never got to it, but I don't know about the link for that.
The minutes aren't complete from that meeting yet, but yeah, there was nothing linked because there was no documents that were given. They were given at the meeting, and Nick went over everything.
That's what I'm saying, there are certain things that are given at the meeting that no one goes back and puts them back after the fact in the minutes or in the packets.
Okay. Okay. I will look into it. Thank you.
Yeah, if you want any further clarification, why don't you talk to Audrey and/or Mason? They would. They're the people in the know. Okay, I'd like to also at this time take the opportunity to introduce new faculty member, faculty senate members. If they would, some of them are here, and they would introduce themselves to the board. I would appreciate that.
See them.
And they're
Don't
not,
see anybody here yet.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, it doesn't look like anybody's online
okay,
or here.
okay.
Do you
well,
want to wait? I mean, if they come
Yeah.
in or whatever, we can.
Yeah.
We can.
If you'd alert me, because I'm not sure I'd recognize them.
Okay.
Okay,
And we can watch online. I don't.
great, thank you. Okay, President Rowley,
All right, Mr.
you
Chair.
are up.
So before I'm going to start with the employee awards, and then I'm going to introduce Kathy Ulibarri and Corey Bergen, who are going to give a chess update. Member Quintana asked last board meeting about getting a chess financial and everything update, so they put that together and we worked on that. But first of all, the employees of the month. For the August Pass It Forward Award, we have Loretta Lopez from the Welcome and Advising Center, and she was nominated by Mary Elias from Student Engagement and Recruitment. Congratulations to Loretta for a job well done. And for August, also for the WOWgram, Gilbert Leyva. The from Facilities and Operations was nominated by Candace Mirabal from Contract Training, and I believe that Gilbert is the custodian over there in the HEC, and so that's a pretty big job. And congratulations to Gilbert for a job well done on that. So now, before I get into a couple of issues in my report, I'd like to go ahead and start with having Corey and Kathy Ulibarri, who is the CEO for Chess, and you all know Corey, who is our CIO, and let them give you an overview of what's going on at Chess with some of the funding streams and our staffing pattern and things like that. And then you can certainly ask any questions that we don't cover.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Just checking. I apologize. I had to run. The president is in San Francisco. I'm at a conference along with Kathy, and the president is keeping us from being able to get to our hotel very easily. So thanks for your time today. We were asked to give a little bit of a presentation on some of the activities of Chess and specifically the budget. So I looked to Kathy for some additional assistance with that. So we put together some slides. There's a few slides that I probably won't present. It's really just for your informational purposes, such as the team members at the end. I just want you to be aware of how many people are actually participating in all of these exciting and challenging projects with us. So I'm going to start with just a few of the most recent accomplishments that we have going on. As many of you know, we had a successful go live in December and January of last year and earlier this year. We had Clovis, Central New Mexico, Northern, and Santa Fe who went live in this production environment. Currently, the next two colleges, Luna and San Juan, are just completing their testing to go live. They're sort of wave 2, so they're following behind us to implement HR and finance and payroll. So it's getting to be an exciting time for them, but they're on their way. We also have implemented shared payroll services, and this has been a great opportunity for us at Santa Fe Community College and the other colleges to have that shared payroll office. So recently, we've negotiated a combined plan for implementing Workday. As many of you know, the first Wave 1 colleges started with a 2-year implementation plan. This was proving to be very challenging on many fronts. And so after a lot of discussion, we decided to look at a combined project with all 6 colleges. And we expect savings for the overall project to be about $6 million. So now I'm going to invite Kathy to add some better information about how this works out and what the budget looks like. Thanks, Kathy.
Thank you all. Hello, board members. It's a pleasure to be here today. I'm leaving my camera off, not because I don't want you to see me, but I have a very weak internet connection. So if at any time you can't hear me clearly as well, Corey, please give me a big wave and maybe step in and help out. I apologize for that. I wanted to let you know that when we first began our work on the implementation of Workday, our original plan was to implement Workday Student in the same sequential way that we implemented Workday Finance, Human Capital Management, and Payroll. We would have had what we call Wave 1, and you all are a part of Wave 1, beginning that work in the current fiscal year and going live in fiscal year 27, actually the end of the calendar year 2026. And Wave 2 would have begun implementation next fiscal year with a go live the year after that. With our revised compliance plan, both waves will go live together. They will both begin work in the current fiscal year and go live at the same time in fiscal year 2028, which will actually be fall of 2027. Each.
Oh dear. Uh-oh.
Kathy, we lost you.
Where would she be that she has?
I don't know, I think that the hotel would have better internet than that, but.
Yeah.
Is that where she is, in a hotel
I would
someplace?
think, or a conference center.
Yeah, I think she's at her hotel. Let's see. Well, she is muted, so.
Must be a cheap hotel.
No. Not.
I was gonna say, I didn't even know there were any cheap hotels in San Francisco, but.
San Francisco. No.
No, right.
All right. Well, let me see if I can limp along through some of her information. So I think she was getting ready to say that, at this point, we're all going to be working through this project together. I apologize. I don't have a ton of information about the budget. Obviously, we wanted to explain what we had already spent through this process. So you can see in the fiscal year 23, we've got kind of our actuals on where we spent money on project managers, the implementation services, and IT software. When we look towards the future, I'm hoping she'll come back. She is so much better at this part, so I apologize. As we look towards the future, we've got, our fiscal 25 requests. So this is the expected cost for the sequential implementation. And I do want you to know that these are the overall costs. Any questions on this specific? Crossing my fingers she'll come back. If she does, we'll go back to it and she can give a little bit better information.
Corey, I have a question.
Yeah.
So just to
Yeah,
make
yeah.
sure I'm reading this right, it's for the 24 budget, it's our expenditure is 12.2 million?
Oops. Sorry, I'll get back. No, this is the overall budget.
Oh, everybody.
Yes.
Okay, and
Yes.
what is SFCC's then?
Let's see. I think she had it here. Here we go, right here. So these are expected costs.
Okay, 2.3 million. And then 4.3 million for next year and up.
Yes.
Okay, a total of 13 million, it looks like.
And so, what she wanted to express here is overall, it's not going to save Santa Fe Community College very much money doing this sequential process. But overall, the project costs do go down. One of the things I would say that seems really critical after talking to other colleges who've gone through this process and other groups who've gone through this process is that that 2 years was really not enough for us to do this very well. And when you look at the fact that these are our customers, it's really a challenge to think about coming out of the other end without having done our due diligence when it comes to processes. Oh, great, Kathy's back. Kathy, hop in. I'll go back to the budget.
Thank you, and thanks for pitch hitting there, Corey.
Sure. I don't know that I did a good job, but sure.
And she's gone again.
My connection is still very weak.
Okay. Well, so I'm on I covered the budget page, the total estimated budget. Is there anything you wanted to add to that? She's gone. Okay. I apologize, everyone.
Broadband's not just a rural New Mexico issue, I guess.
Yes. Yes, it's also a problem in San Francisco. Let's see. Oops. So here's kind of a more in-depth estimate of our overall budget costs for the next few years. So you can see, obviously, a lot of these are estimates. I would say one of the higher expenditures has been the backfill and staffing part of the project, although certainly the implementation costs are pretty high. I think it's really important that we be very supportive during the student part of the process because, again, we can't tell our customers, I'm sorry, we're working on a project, we can't help you. So, we've tried to backfill for those positions that are really front and center within the project, and we've done a pretty good job, I think. Let's see, and so just a few other CHESS initiatives that are in the works at the moment. We are getting ready to implement Workday Learning, or actually we kicked off last week. So there's a team identified. Workday Learning is an LMS for employee training and professional development. And it's, we've never had something quite like this on campus here. So it's pretty exciting. We're about to identify
I have a question on that point, the employee
Yes, of course.
training. What does LMS mean?
Oh, thank you. I keep using these 3-letter acronyms. It's a learning management system. So
Okay.
we have Canvas for students, and Workday Learning will be our new tool for employees.
So then
The great thing is,
how does an employee learn about this? I mean, are there some group trainings, or is this all done online, or what is this?
yes. So this is an online tool. So, we obviously haven't implemented it yet. What we will probably do through the project process while we're implementing it, we'll design some sort of training campaigns through this. And so, they'll learn about it through that process of being a part of a training campaign.
And a training campaign means what?
So it's like we want everyone to take Title IX training. So we create sort of what we call a campaign. So it's just basically like getting everybody to know, hey, you've got training. Click here to get your video training or your, a training that you stuck through to achieve the goal.
So there's no like live in-person training at all on this? It's all video?
Well, you can probably, integrate a live training, but the intent would be to make it a video or a training format through this process. So it doesn't remove the beauty of having an in-person training, but it sort of integrates that. I mean, things like cybersecurity training, we generally do through a video format. So this allows us to track who's completed their cybersecurity training, who hasn't. It also is integrated within the functions of HR. So we can say, hey, supervisors, get your people to complete your training. So
If I can add to that, Corey and Board Member Siegel, so the beauty too is that, so there are certain types of training that are absolute compliance things for us that we have to do, different kinds of Title IX training, FERPA training, cyber training, things like that. And we have never really been able to track those very well to know. We say they're mandatory, everybody has to do them, but we really need to have a way to keep track of that, to know that everybody's done and that everybody can have kind of a training portfolio, not just with these, so that we can add and go beyond these as much as we want to or need to, but there will be certain things that everybody's got to do regardless of their job, and then HR can keep track of, departmental type trainings that you might want to do, or something that that we would do by a functional unit of the college or something like that.
Thanks.
And it can also incorporate other trainings. If you wanted a set of technical trainings, we could build this into this process, and even trainings that people can go and take on their own if they'd like. So it's pretty broadly functional for many things. So this next project that we have coming up is Modern Campus.
Jody, sorry. I have another question. Sorry.
Go.
Maybe I'm jumping ahead, but your cybersecurity project, when did Chess receive a $2 million grant for cybersecurity improvements?
I would say that was towards the end of last fiscal year, but I'm going to have to confirm that for you.
Oh, okay. I just wondered what kind of improvements we were putting in.
So we're getting ready to maybe edit some of it a little bit, but the first item that we're working on is sort of policy improvement across all of the colleges. So we've hired sort of a policy expert. They're going to review our policies, policies that I've kind of written, but also all the other colleges and Chess, and make sure that we're aligned properly to make, to follow through. But we're also looking at things like a virtual CISO, particularly for all the colleges, as well as sort of meeting some other technical standards for each of the colleges. So we'll do, like GLBA assessments, for example, making sure that each of the Chess colleges has done that. And then we can look at what improvements need to be made as a result of those types of risk assessments. It's a pretty broad list, but also $2 million across 6 colleges. And cybersecurity goes pretty quickly, so.
Yeah, all right, thank you.
Sure. So I covered that one. So the other project is Modern Campus Lumens. We already use Lumens, but we're going to take the time to evaluate if we're using it properly, see if there are any security improvements or other things that we could do as part of a collective sort of RFP that we've completed. Let's see, and then just to end, I wanted to share all of the different people that it takes to be involved within Chess. So we've got some boards, membership, and then all of the team members that work on all of these projects. There's still a few being identified, but as you can see, it's a very broad group of people. We've got faculty, deans, technology folks, reporting, SIS. There will be financial people, even HR is part of the SIS project in a limited way. Workday Learning as well is a broad group of people. It's IT, HR, we've got people from online teaching and learning, and then hopefully we'll have a professional development manager on campus soon. So, all right, well, I apologize for Kathy. You know, I'm sure Kathy would be willing to come back and discuss again in the future if you feel like you wanted more information about the budget.
Corey, I have some questions.
You want to speak into your mic?
Yes. Can you hear me, Corey? Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I
Sorry, Becky, I'm shouting in your ear. So in the beginning, you all mentioned that we're using payroll shared services. Can you talk about how that's changed, how payroll is done here? So I think I'm mostly interested in like the changes that have happened at SFCC to transition over to Chess, just to kind of understand where we are now. Yeah, so if you could talk about payroll shared services and what that means and how it's staffed, and that would be helpful.
Sure. I may invite some others to pitch in, but the way it's working now, so we've got HR obviously still on campus. We do not have any payroll staff on campus. So HR and finance work very tightly with Chess payroll employees to make sure that, you know, payroll is functioning properly and all of the information is done correctly. I believe, so Doreen Jaramillo, who was formerly in our payroll office at SFCC, is now employed by Chess. So Becky, can you say if other colleges have moved all of their payroll people over to Chess?
Sure, not everyone has, it depends on how many payroll people that people had, but most everybody they are migrating their existing college staff into Chess. And so there's a central payroll office at Chess. There is a payroll manager at Chess who used to be a CNM employee. And then there's a person, like an assistant payroll manager or something. And then there are a few payroll clerks. And then Regina Dart is what is that position called, Corey?
She's like an HR analyst.
So she handles all of the technical integrations with payroll through all of the different colleges. And so if there is a payroll question that anybody would have, then they reach out immediately to Chess. I mean, I think most of us contact Doreen directly because people know Doreen, and then, you know, things get resolved very quickly if there are issues in that regard. It has, you know, the idea was that not to eliminate our payroll staff, but at the time Doreen was the only payroll staff we had. We'd had people retire. A couple of people retire, and so we did see a savings there because we did not rehire those other two positions, and Doreen is still administratively attached to Santa Fe Community College, which means she gets our benefits. She still pays into ERB, but she also takes her direction from Chess.
So we pay Doreen's salary and benefits, but she reports to Chess.
And Chess pays us.
Chess pays us for her, okay.
And I'll just speak for myself, but they've made quite a few improvements. You know, living in Colorado, it's been challenging with the taxes, and they've managed to fix all of those issues, and they pay my taxes correctly. So I think it's been overall good. Certainly there have been bumps in the road, but.
And one thing I would add too is that Amy Pell has been kind of the architect for a lot of that at the highest level, and so that has given me a real high degree of comfort in her expertise. And then, you know, if she had any particular issues, she's the person who's been working with Workday, working with all of the other colleges as they went through whatever that period is, that the stabilization period, that's what we call it, stabilization period, which we needed. And that, you know, to work through anything that we didn't know was going to be a problem, but then it's been flagged as a problem, and then to resolve those issues and work our way down the list. Because there was a list.
Yeah.
So Corey, are you also in a similar situation where you're a chess employee?
No,
Okay.
I work fully for SFCC. I certainly participate in quite a few of the projects that impact SFCC, but no.
Okay. Do we have any other similar positions that have moved over to chess, like payroll, or is that forthcoming, or do we already have some of that?
That's a very good question. So that is forthcoming. So you know, everyone is going to maintain their own HR office. We didn't ever want not to have a full HR presence on campus. We are still kind of working on systematizing some of the hiring processes and the way that those are sequenced through Workday and everything. But the next, so in the student piece of all of this, we have been having conversations about we really do want to integrate the compliance part of financial aid. So not, I'm coming into your office and I'd like to get financial aid and we need to, you know, to have all of our people helping us and doing all that. But some of the back office stuff where, you know, it'll help Santa Fe Community College, but it also really helps smaller colleges that really don't have the technical expertise that you really need in financial aid. And I think really all of us have trouble keeping our financial aid office fully staffed. The other thing is reporting. We all have to do the same IPEDS reporting, DEER reporting to the state, and a lot is the same HLC reporting. And so those kinds of compliance reporting that we all do, we would have a shared office where people can work on all those reports together, but then everybody would still have, you know, some individual IR staff, because we do a lot of things. We would like our IR staff to be free to work on projects for us, like analyzing enrollment patterns and things like that, that it's really hard to get to now because they have to do, you know, the stuff that everybody has to do. And it's very time consuming. So those are the ones for sure, but we're also going to work on a plan for looking at the entire student enrollment experience. So the application, you know, we had a meeting with HED the other day about what a common universal application looks like, and trying to figure out how, you know, a student could enroll and then say they're taking classes from Santa Fe, Northern, and C&M, and take classes from all those institutions at the same time. The other piece that we're going to, that we will have, is that a student will have one registration. So a student could be enrolled as, and this is slightly more aspirational, I will admit, that a student could enroll as a credit student at Santa Fe Community College, but have the same student identity all the way through, so that if they're taking continuing ed classes or any kind of non-credit classes, or they're an adult adult education student, that there's one student ID and that they're all, you know, one common unified person. Right now, they're all very segregated in our system because that's the way Banner works, and this new cloud-based, ERP-based system handles that differently. And so that is something that even when we were, you know, looking at vendors, that was something that we really wanted to make sure that we could get.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else, Pierre?
Yes, but
Can I mention the funding just a little
yes,
bit?
yes.
Okay. I just wanted to, you know, so we are in the process right now of going through the Department of IT's funding process again. So we've tried to get them to agree to just give us a larger funding so we don't have to come back every year. They don't seem to like doing that. They like to make us come in and present, well, which is fair. So we have consistently received, I think it was about 4 million the first year, maybe 7 last year, and so we're asking for 25-ish or something, might be a little bit more than that this year, so that this will be used for, it'll get divided up between the colleges, and that's what most people have used as a big chunk of their staffing money. The other thing that we have used for staffing money, Corey has been, I would say, masterful at using Ed Tech Notes and really using Ed Tech Notes very strategically so that we are freeing up money that we had used beforehand to pay for different kinds of expensive software and subscription costs, and that frees up some money to do some backfilling for positions. The money for paying Workday has come from a different congressional, what do they call those? The earmark? Congressionally directed spending thing. And so we have another one that we don't know about right now. And I believe that's where the cybersecurity money came from. And then we had another one that was basically, we never even saw the money. It went to our subscription costs right off the bat. So, yes, everyone has to pay. That's part of the plan. We would not get a dime of legislative money if we weren't agreeing to a pretty good chunk of paying along the way. But we are getting, I would say, good support from the state processes, and it's remarkable that we were allowed to use the Department of IT process. Normally colleges can't use that process, but they let Chess use that process, and they told Chess to use that process. And so I'm not sure if they wish they hadn't done that because like you said, yes, so we're doing it. But anyway, that is the process that we use to request funding from the state.
And then my last question is about the timeline. So it sounds like there's a contract change with Workday. Is that right? Okay. Has that already been done, and are there implications for us that we need to know about?
So that, I think, has already been signed. I will tell you that was a lengthy thing that I did not foresee it being quite that lengthy. Yeah. So Workday said, yes, we advise you to take this step, and yet they would talk to us as if we hadn't yet taken that step. And so it was a very interesting communication. And so the contract, there has been a new scope of work in the contract, and that has not really changed anything for us so far other than the timeline. The timeline is slowing down so that we can do a lot of we're calling it transformational work, but the kind of work that we kind of thought was going to be more part of the Workday process than it is, but where we can really design the system that will lead to the kind of enrollment experience that we want students to be able to have, rather than what do they call it, lift and shift. Because no one's doing that. All of our colleges are really clear on wanting to be able to create an environment for students that seems more intuitive, that's more like the shopping cart type experience that they're really used to, and that Banner is certainly not in any way.
Okay. And does this change our agreement with Chess? Right, so the contract with Workday changes. Does it change anything with Chess?
No, it doesn't change anything between the college and Chess. It changes, it's the Workday agreement, and that we've had to change that scope of work.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other comments, questions for Corey? Corey, I just wonder if you would take a moment and talk a little bit about the recent incursion into the Chess system, and briefly how and why that occurred, and how and why you resolved, or the problem was resolved. You don't give us too many technical details, but
And I unfortunately can't give too many details because it is still an ongoing sort of investigation into what happened. But basically, email accounts, people clicked links and then others clicked links. And so I'll take a moment to plug that taking cybersecurity training is the only way to control that. Training your users, making sure that employees and students know that there are scammers out there. So I don't think I can say too much at this point.
So Corey, I get these chess.edu emails all the time and they don't say much and there's a link in them. I think I just got one this morning. Is that part of the scam?
Will you send me one and I'll take a look?
These come to me regularly.
That doesn't sound right. Send a screenshot.
Okay.
They shouldn't have links to click. Now, Chess does send out a lot of information, like this is what we're doing now, and this is preview of what's coming. And I will say that Board Member Siegel sent me one yesterday, and other than a click here box, it looked really good. And so I would like to commend you on not clicking.
No, it's
on the phishing.
It's very clear which one is like the newsletter from Chess and the updates versus the other one that I've been getting.
Yeah, that's not good.
Well, apparently the one you sent was from our OIT department.
With using our address.
Yeah, which had our address on it. Yeah. And Corey did say they're sophisticated.
yeah.
But my guess is that one is probably from our training environment. Those are better. But I will say that scams are getting better. I just read about a scam where they actually called an IT office. They were native English speakers. They were able to trick the IT people into giving away more information about people, and then they were able to use those credentials. So we really have to it's no longer the days of the Nigerian king offering money or asking for money. It's very complicated and risky. So one of the best things we can do outside of investing in good tools and technology is making sure that people complete their training, and we train them regularly, and we kind of let them get annoyed with us to the point they understand, okay, be cautious, watch out for things that ask you to do things right away.
Do you think that's some training that we could all use periodically to sort of let us know sort of what's the various schemes that people are using? And
yes, and we have employees are asked right now to do training once a year, a full cybersecurity training. And then in the spring, we usually do some kind of a shorter, like protecting passwords. We kind of vary it a little bit. But the more often we can do it, the better. And certainly if any of you would like to take that training, I'm sure I can assign it to you as well.
right.
It's come to us in the past.
I think that's a good idea.
We do get the notice, or we have received the notices, but
it
maybe
might-
good to re-up.
Okay.
Yeah, you might be assigned it. I'll double check for you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Thanks, everyone.
great. Thank you, Corey.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks. Stop sharing. Come on. There we go.
And Becky, you gonna?
Mr. Chair, yes, I have a couple of other things that I would like to report. Just a little bit of a follow-up on what we're doing with Interact at this point. I have had a couple of meetings with them to talk about next steps. And so we're looking at a collaborative process where we can engage a lot of stakeholder communities within the college to analyze the program life cycle and figure out what our priorities would be for the programs that we really want to maybe fund at a higher rate, market certainly at a more extensive rate, and to look at those. So as a kind of first step to part of that, I also I meet with the faculty senate officers every 2 weeks, I think, and we had a really good meeting the other day about the Interact sessions and their desire to move forward and kind of leave behind some of the issues that we've all been kind of struggling with in the past. And so I really do look forward to, we're going to continue those conversations and talking about things that we could do to reestablish some different relationships or really build on the relationships that we have really established and sever some of the past relationships. But that will be an ongoing conversation. We want to figure out kind of how to move forward. But I think that I will involve them soon with what we're looking at, what Interact is proposing to me, because it's not a proposal where me or my immediate team would really be taking the lead. It's that they would be working with committees that are formed kind of by functional units on campus, and that there would be a whole lot more high-level input, I would call it, in terms of what we do, how we do it, and things like that. But all of that, the conversations we've had have been really preliminary, and so the next step is for me to involve a few more people in that conversation. We have just received, and we will be getting this, I'm going to ask Josh to do a presentation for you all. We, along with New Mexico Independent Community Colleges, commissioned an economic impact study with, I don't know if they're called Lightcast now or MC now or Lightcast MC or whatever. Anyway, they used to be two companies and now they're one, and they're kind of the group that does this kind of work, especially in the higher ed landscape. NMICC was doing this as a group to talk about the economic impact that community colleges make on our state, to talk about legislative funding and to really kind of make a better case for what we really do, since a lot of our work seems to be a little bit lower profile, but that really does make a tremendous economic difference in our communities. And then Santa Fe Community College, and I believe CNM, did separate studies so that we would have that data ready too as we were going into our bond campaign to really talk to the community about what the college does and the impact that the college makes. So we have started our bond campaign. We can, Todd can give you more information about that, but besides, there's these nifty flyers that have come out that you all have a copy of, and then we will be making the circuit of civic groups in the community. There will be an op-ed that comes out in October. I think you all know that we get like one of those op-eds every 6 or 9 months or something like that. So we've got to be very careful about how we use our opportunity. And so we will be doing that very soon. And then also there'll be radio spots and things like that where we will really do everything that we can to get the word out. And then finally, there will be candidate forums for our board position on October 10th at 6:30. I think also the Santa Fe Public School District 2 will be included in that particular forum too, and they'll be held in the Hemis rooms on this campus. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Let me just mention one of the candidates for the position is sitting here. You want to talk to her, Lena German. Becky, I just want to ask one question about Interact. I noticed that they were, one of the areas they were very focused on was communication. Mm-hmm. And I wonder if the board could be a part of any kind of discussion about communication.
That's a good question.
I realize that number one, the board is part of the whole picture, and we're part of the communication, and thinking about what kind of communication we might have and how we can make that most effective is, I think, a good topic of discussion.
So one of the things that I did not mention, and we have not, the discussions that I've had with them have been, preliminary in terms of this is the direction we want to go, and then they'll get more detail back to me. But one of the things that they absolutely did mention, first of all, they will come on campus some, to do some on-site things. But the other thing is that they would like to engage the board. And so they will want to meet with you all and talk with you all about probably anything you want to talk about, but communication could certainly be a part of that. The other thing that we will be doing, and I'm not sure, this is another thing that we're kind of careful about our timeline so that we don't over-survey people. But what Interact also provides and really is pretty well known for is a media preferences survey. And so we will, survey students to find out too what format they like best to learn about us. Now, there's a little bit of bias built into that in that they'll survey them electronically, and people that only read print materials are probably not going to see that. But they are experts at doing this, so I think we can get a pretty fair assessment of how we can best reach our students. And that's more in the broad strokes of these particular media. But yes, that is a big focus.
Okay. Do you have any idea when they're coming back to campus?
No, I don't yet. So okay. I have told them that, we have our HLC visit in November and that nobody's doing anything before that. And we'll talk and all that, but I think they're talking about hopefully being able to get started later in November and just kind of kick things off now.
When will HLC be here? Do we have the dates yet?
Yes. November 6th and 7th. I always forget if it's 6th and 7th or 5th and 6th.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions or comments for Becky? Hearing none.
Thank you.
Thank you, Becky.
Thank you.
Did you want to say something about the nursing program now, or are we going to do that?
Whenever Linda wants to ask us about it.
Okay, I can ask now.
Okay.
So, this is a complicated issue, and I have multiple hats on the issue, both as being on the Santa Fe Community College Board and being a long-term lobbyist for nursing programs. And it's no secret to any of us the incredible crisis we have in workforce. And here we are working on the Mosaica project to really help us perhaps do better workforce projects for our community. And we've had a nursing program for decades here at Santa Fe Community College. And it's not just a Santa Fe Community College issue, I know that, but the fact that we got $1 million to invest in our infrastructure, and we had the opportunity to get other money for operations. We got $2 million for endowment to help us with salaries, which is one of the big issues for all the schools, and the ability to pay nursing faculty comparable or better than they can make as a regular nurse. So it doesn't feel like we're moving to address the crisis even within our own community. We have St. Vincent's coming to us saying we got to have more nurses, we need rad techs, we need, I don't know what else we need specifically from the hospital, from St. Vincent's, Christus St. Vincent's. But here we are as the educational institution in Santa Fe, and I feel like we are not serving our community as well as we should. And it's a big concern to me. I know I've been harping about it long before Becky was the president, multiple presidents back. And we were able to build our health wing, and I just think we got to talk about it. What do we need? What else do we need to do to be able to meet some of the needs of our community in the healthcare workforce arena?
Member Siegel, Chair Gamble, President Rowley, thank you. Thank you for bringing this up, because it is absolutely an issue that we are concerned about. It's not anything that we have not been giving attention to. So the funds that we did receive from the legislature are being invested. The funds that came to our foundation, we've already started dispersing those to our faculty. We were the first school in the state to disperse any of those funds to our faculty, which is a good thing because it really has helped retain some of our faculty. It's helped recruit. We recruited a new faculty member this semester, which is wonderful. It really did make the difference in whether she wanted to just be an adjunct or come on full time. The other funding that we've received, we have invested in our program as it is. So we are using additional testing software called ExamSoft. It's something that the nursing program's using across for all of our students. We are also utilizing additional NCLEX preparation opportunities that are free. They're made available free to students, and it's typically around $350 to $450 a student. It's pretty pricey, but it's definitely something that we are utilizing for our graduates to prepare for the NCLEX. We are also investing in upgrading our simulation lab. So right now, our sim lab, all but one of our mannequins are no longer able to be warrantied, or no longer able to be have any kind of maintenance from any company. So essentially, we have one person who's maintaining all of them and doing a decent job of it. So those are huge investments. That's a big chunk of change. Each of those mannequins, they range from $60,000 to $80,000 each. So that becomes its own investment in and of itself, as well as a maintenance contract, which is about $20,000 a year. So those are not inexpensive, and those will serve all of our allied health programs, as well as making it more generally available to have weekends, evenings. What does it look like to have students coming in? So last semester, we did have an evening EMS class. It filled up within 30 minutes of us posting it, literally, like nothing. So we had an evening EMS class, and we also had a weekend EMS class. So those two classes, we had no problem with. What our issues have been attracting faculty, and that's been hard. So that tends to be our biggest stickler. If we want to grow or expand, we need faculty, and that's really tough. So yes, having an additional stipend that we can offer faculty is amazing. Sometimes it is enough, and sometimes it isn't. The flexibility of teaching at SFCC is a huge attraction. That is big, especially if we offer a 9-month faculty. In my mind, if we want to grow anything, we need a few more 12-month faculty positions in order to be able to offer things year-round. But we have a short summer semester. So you're asking for an allied health program to do something in 8 to 10 weeks that they would normally do in 16. So it's a huge kind of, okay, we can do that. We have done that. We will continue to do that. But it's a big ask for students to say, oh, you want me there how many hours? How many days a week? And yes, it's abbreviated, but that is a barrier, definitely. So we have been looking at what our programs, how long it takes to complete our programs, how long it takes to complete prereqs for our programs. We've already started decreasing the amount of time for some of that just by rescheduling how prereqs are required. So for example, our microbiology course did require ANP1 and ANP2 prior to being able to take it. We no longer require both. So that is one thing that really, that takes off an entire semester. So just looking at those types of things, we've already been able to reduce what the amount of time overall students have to put into each program. Currently, our medical assisting program is 1 semester. It is a heavy semester, but it is 1 semester, which is huge. So we're really looking at what all of that means. It takes time. So when we really started looking at this last semester, at the end of last semester, and engaging faculty, so we've already started making changes. So I'm thinking, we're a month into this semester, we're already starting to look at things and adjust. More changes are coming. Shortening the amount of time that it takes to get students into our program, shortening the amount of time that it takes them to get through our programs. Our paramedic program has already decreased their overall time to about 12 months. As opposed to 18 months. So all of our programs are really seriously looking at what does it take, how much time does it take, how much time does it take out of a student's life. Another piece is offering those supportive services. So if you have parents coming to your classes, they need childcare. Are we able to help with that? And we have been, and it's something that we're working across campus to provide. We need specialized tutors. Those are also additional things that we've been working on and providing for students. So I think that when you're looking at how do we support our students, and we're really strengthening what we're doing now, and then working on what does it look like to bring cohorts in from our community. So what does it look like if we have medical assistants that want to become nurses? I can tell you that medical assistants become nurses at different points in their career. 1 year in, 2 years in, 15 years in. So it really depends on where they're at in their own process. So what does it look like to support a single parent coming into a program? I can speak to this from personal experience because I was a single parent. I went to school 4 days a week and worked 3 days a week. So I was on 7 days a week. Is it fair to expect our students to do that? Is it reasonable? That's hard. Those are hard questions. So that is not my expectation. My expectation is that we will look at being more judicious in how students are required to be on campus. Now, our allied health programs, that is not something that without really changing our accreditation, I can offer online. Those are all things that they have skills, they need to learn hands-on, they need to learn how to poke people with needles and do other things like that. Those are things that absolutely has to happen here on campus. If we are changing how we deliver our didactic courses, those are big changes for our programs as well, and their accreditation. So those are all discussions that we are absolutely having. They're all things that we're actively working on.
So we didn't have a cohort of nurses, of students start in the nursing program this semester? Or did we?
We have one every fall and every spring.
So is there one?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And how many students are in that?
I believe there are 11.
Oh.
What's the capacity?
The capacity is 24. So we have had a decreased number of qualified applicants. That has been hard. Now, I'll tell you, our applicants typically, about 50% of our applicants are from Albuquerque. The nursing programs in Albuquerque have had room in their programs. So typically, we would have about 50% of our applicants coming in from Albuquerque. We'd accept them into our program. We don't have that large of a proportion any longer. CNM and UNM have availability in their programs. And CNM accepts 96 students every semester. They accept the largest number of students in any place in the state. Typically what would happen is we would get students that maybe didn't get into CNM or UNM, and we would have them here, serve them here. So we've kind of lost some of those applicants. Our nursing director is actively recruiting. He's going to college or career fairs. He's going to high schools. He's actively out there recruiting students for our program, educating about the possibilities of becoming a nurse. I think we are connecting more with our community, which is important. Now, something for all of you to understand as well, for our nursing program specifically, it used to be, what are your grades? How do you score on your exam, your entrance exam? Now we have an entirely separate section. And it's a 100-point scale. 20 points go to different things. 5 points go to, did you graduate from a Santa Fe Community College District High School? Do you live in Santa Fe? Do you have any medical experience? And we're pretty broad. And do you have any type of diversity? And in our minds, diversity is anything from being a veteran to being a single parent. Diversity is very broad as far as when we're evaluating those things. Those 20 points have made a huge difference for students here in Santa Fe. Typically, our applicants from Santa Fe have lower test scores and lower GPAs. Those 20 points bumps them up into being competitive with other applicants. So trying to prioritize people from Santa Fe. If they come to school here, they earn their degree here, they start their profession here, they tend to stay here.
So what do we need to do to recruit, what else do we need to do to recruit more students into particularly the nursing program?
You know, I think that there is a lot of scuttlebutt, there is a lot of gossip, there is a lot of, oh, mijo, don't go into nursing, it's really hard. Have you seen what's going on? And I can tell, I've had applicants tell me this. I've had students say, I don't think I want to do nursing. What happened? And they have literally family members saying, I've been a nurse. I don't know that I'd do it if I were you. What? I am a nurse. Please don't. don't. Let's talk. What are your concerns? So I think some of it is outreach, and I think some of it is reminding people that we are the most trusted profession in the United States. People forget that, and it's huge. It is huge. So over 20 years, we've been the most trusted profession. What does that mean? What does that look like? And connecting with people on that level so they have a little more intrinsic motivation. You know, getting paid well is an amazing extrinsic motivator, but you go, oh, I'm doing something worthwhile, I'm doing something that I'm caring for somebody at their most vulnerable times in their lives. What does that mean and what does that look like? And I better be trustworthy. Absolutely.
I have another follow-up question. You mentioned a moment ago that you had unqualified applicants.
Yes.
And so can you talk about why they were unqualified and what efforts are being made to kind of keep them in the queue so that they can become qualified to apply again? So can you talk about that process?
So what happens with unqualified applicants is they're applying before they've taken all their prereqs. So you go, oh, well, let's make sure you've taken your prereqs before you submit your application. Or their GPA may be a little lower than we would like it to be, their test scores. So absolutely, remediation for the HESI admission exam is available. Looking at their GPA and saying, all right, where are you at? And are there things, for example, can you retake a class that you've already taken, but maybe score a little bit higher in? Are there certain subjects that you're not as strong in that you could use tutoring in? All of those are definitely things that we work with our applicants on.
Do you have designated advisors for them, or is it still just the one person?
I didn't hear that.
So we do have a designated advisor. It is the one person. But every single one of our faculty work as advisors, as well as the director, as well as myself. I actually placed a phone call this week. So anybody who's applying to the nursing program, there typically is somebody that they can contact and work with.
Thank you.
Oh, no. Any?
I have a question.
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
I'm also wondering, it sounds like if there's not qualified applicants, I know when we were at capacity, a lot of students were put into kind of pre-nursing programs where they were getting more prerequisites, so that sounds like a really important part of it. But I'm also wondering, I think COVID really made a lot of people feel like maybe being that front line wasn't their first choice anymore. And I'm wondering whether between us and the hospital, there could be a marketing campaign about being a nurse, having examples of nurses out there doing ads about being a nurse and how wonderful it is and how fulfilling it is. So that's something, because in my sense right now is our biggest problem is not enough qualified applicants and people coming from Albuquerque that aren't going to end up working here. So it seems like that's not necessarily a shortcoming of our program.
You know, Board Member Zuby, or Board Member Wilson, I apologize, Zuby, Lord have mercy. So I think that you are correct, that is a piece of it, but I really do think we can do more recruitment in our community as well. But absolutely, it would be amazing to have an ad campaign that really extolled the virtues of nursing in Santa Fe. Yes.
And I have asked the legislature for money for that.
Oh, wonderful.
Doesn't mean we'll get it, but I do think COVID had an adverse impact on people's, not their positive perception of nurses, but their own, like, oh my God, do I want to face that every day?
Mm-hmm. Board Member Pugh?
Yeah, my question is about the GPA. So, I mean, as you said, with medical assistants, right, they can, depending where they are in their life, they can come to nursing a lot later than when they became an MA, right?
Yep.
And I know that people go to school sometimes multiple times through their life. And so with the GPA, is there something that you do or we can do as an institution where if they don't qualify, they can go the first semester, and if they keep their grades up or get their grades up or show that they can perform? I mean, my first stint in college was, I guess was in the 70s. So my grades back then were not that great, and of course improved over the course of history there. But I just wonder if people are in that situation.
You know, typically any non-traditional applicants we have they have an amazing GPA. Typically, from what I've seen, I've been here 7 years, and our non-traditional applicants, that has not been as much an issue. I think usually our issues are with our younger students who may need a little more assistance in organizing their time, studying for heavy classes that have a huge amount of information that they not only need to digest, but be able to think critically about. I used to describe to students taking pharmacology, I would do remediation with them, and I'd say, okay, You need to be able to understand these medications. I want you to think of somebody in your family that is the most difficult person to teach anything to. For me, that would be my 4'11", red-haired, maybe it may be natural, it may not, grandmother, who is convinced she knows what and how and where and when. She became a diabetic in her 90s. Her pancreas just stopped working. Okay, no more pies or donuts and coffee for breakfast. It took her 3 years to make that kind of transition. So you need to teach somebody in your life those types of things about every drug you're learning. That's pretty overwhelming. You kind of go, oh, what does that look like and how do I do that? How do I get that across? How do I get that across to my Hispanic grandmother who prefers to speak in Spanish even though she fully understands English? So she pretends not to understand. So can you imagine being her healthcare provider or her nurse? So when you're thinking about the amount of information they have to take in and process and be able to educate others about, it's pretty overwhelming. And so it tends to be our younger students that have more of those barriers.
So along those same lines, some of your non-traditional pathways, like, just I was with the MAs, right?
Yep.
And is it possible to create an offer they can't turn down, right? Of kind of that cradle to grave, here's an MA into the nursing program and keeping going, because they have some of the prerequisites, right? They have AMP for MA. And so can we somehow facilitate the folks we already have into that pipeline, kind of do wraparound services, consolidate courses or whatever to keep them going all the way to the nursing? It's just thinking outside the box, but we're going to have to figure out something.
So I think that's absolutely valuable. Sometimes, and I'll share some of my hesitation about a brand new MA. A brand new MA graduate is still figuring out whether healthcare is something they want to do. I always appreciate having somebody who's had some experience, so it's not this. I had a PhD prepared former educator come into our program, did all of the prereqs, started level 1, completed level 1, and came to me and said, this is not for me. There is no way on God's green earth I can work in healthcare. And I absolutely can value that perspective. So I sit there and go, wait a minute. Should we have given them an opportunity or another chance to really kind of figure that out? So yes, I think that we should look at different pathways to connect. I also think we should allow them, if they're starting on their own pathway, to kind of get that experience as well, to determine whether that's, because that can be hard.
I mean, they should know that's what they want, right? But you have MAs that know that's what they want.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I've certainly been in senior living centers where you have CNAs
Yes.
who know that's what they want, right? So to tap into those people that we already know, they know what they want, and how do we facilitate that pipeline and streamline
Absolutely.
it?
Yep.
Which is, it's different than where we usually look, right?
It is. And keeping your mind open to those opportunities, definitely. Yes.
Does your
You've talked-
accreditation? Oh, sorry, Chair.
Could I get a word
Yep,
in?
you sure
Good.
can.
Good. You've talked about recruitment of students and that being an issue, and that's something probably that needs a lot more thinking and doing something about. You also talked about issues, streamlining, scheduling, requirements, and one of the things that I wonder about is how does the program we have here compare with other programs, not only in Albuquerque, but around the country, in terms of what are the requirements? Do we have too many requirements? Is that something that can be changed?
Those are definitely.
Scheduling, that's probably very much of a local kind of issue. I mean, will people come into weekend classes and, but may require some experimentation?
So I'll be honest with you, our biggest limitation on scheduling is, well, that we have two. One, our clinical partners. We can offer clinical rotations when our clinical partners are available. And I'll give you a for example. When I first came here, there were 3 colleges, Northern, Luna, and SFCC, all going to Christus on Tuesdays. So we're all playing rock, paper, scissors for the same units. And I'm like, all right, we will no longer be on Tuesdays. When do you have no schools there? And that's when we started doing our clinical rotations on Mondays and Wednesdays at Christus. That opened up additional units and additional opportunities for our students. But that meant that all of our didactic courses were changed to different days as well. So you kind of have to look at it, all right, that's good. Now, do we have instructors who are available to teach on those days? Our full-time instructors, absolutely. Our adjunct instructors, this is another job for them. So are they available to teach on the days that we have at hospitals? So you're stuck. That tends to limit when we can offer certain things. Now, we absolutely have Saturday and Sunday clinicals. We've done evening and night clinicals. Our students don't get a lot of robust experiences on evenings and nights. They're waking patients up and giving them meds and maybe taking a set of vitals. They're not as involved in patient care on nights. We're willing to do it, but finding somebody who would work nights and not get a differential. So anybody in healthcare, in a hospital, weekend, nights, it's a heck of a differential. So they're paid quite a bit differently. So that is one of our limitations. We tend to have a little more flexibility with our EMSI program because it's 1 semester for basic, 1 semester for intermediate. And if we have 1 semester where there's an adjunct who's willing to do it, we tend to be able to just, that's not as much an issue.
And how about requirements? I mean, even compared to what's offered in Albuquerque.
We have a few additional requirements, and we are looking at evaluating those. Absolutely. That's all all part of what we've been working on since the end of last spring.
And when do you expect to have decisions about that?
Well, we've already started with the microbiology, and we will be working on some of the additional this semester.
Like algebra? Is algebra an issue?
Like a prereq to stats or something? Is there that prereq issue?
Our stats, as long as they test into it, they don't have to take algebra. So it's kind of a testing into issue. Yeah.
So I guess the other question is, what resources do you think you need to indeed start addressing these issues more, just say, in a more timely manner? Because I guess the concern is when you talk about 11 students in a class that has the capacity for double that number, in a field that is crying for personnel, we wonder, what other resources do you need? How can the board be helpful?
I think really the things that I've already mentioned are things that we need. It's more getting out there, educating people about our program. It's getting people into our program. It's preparing people to take our courses. So when you have somebody come in and they're not ready to study as hard or learn vast amounts of information in short amount of time, those are all things that we definitely can work on.
I I mean, can we learn some things about, in Albuquerque, are they more open to nursing in Albuquerque than they are here? Are they doing some things are they advertising in different ways in Albuquerque? And can we learn something from them or from people in other parts of the country?
I think the biggest thing is building all of those relationships, and it's really being able to have the time to build more of those relationships and maintain those relationships. That takes time. And when you're running a program, you don't have as much, so that is definitely a part of your job description and you're doing it, but I think there's also the what does it take to really kind of do that? Now, right now, every single one of my full-time nursing faculty are on overload. So my lead faculty in levels 1 through 4, semesters 1 through 4, do all of their own clinical coordination. They do all of their own kind of like faculty management. So there's a lot that they're doing that takes away from the opportunity for them to be able to go, hey, you really would like to come work with us, or you really should come to school here. Those opportunities aren't as available to the faculty and the director because they are really doing all of the other work of running the program and getting the students through. Yeah. So absolutely, recruitment would be amazing.
Add more personnel.
Well, it tends to be more people. Yeah.
Legitimate request.
Okay.
Well, that's part of the problem, I think, with higher education institutions, not just us, is that there's a workforce demand out there, an incredible need, and the institutions don't really try to address it. I think you are doing great. I'm so appreciative of our nursing program that, and all the nursing programs and nurses in general. It's, one of the clients that I most like to work with because of what you all do. But higher education institutions don't respond to workforce need in the manner that we should be. We've had a nursing crisis for a very long time. Had anybody in any higher education institution in New Mexico asked the legislature for money until, a couple have done that, like UNM got some money for nurse practitioner expansion. But the schools, on our own, we don't do it. We go, oh yeah, there's a workforce need there, but, is that our job? Well, I think it is our job, but we don't take it as our job. And we aren't, all the schools of nursing with the kind of shortage we have, every one of them should be up there asking for expansion in their budget. Because the hospitals are in crisis, every facility that uses nurses has a shortage. And government doesn't do anything until somebody asks them. So it's problematic on all institutional fronts.
Mr. Chair, Member Siegel, if I, one of the, what complicates this issue, and it sounds like an excuse, but it's something that we have to figure out how to do differently, and it's the qualification to get in the program. So I think you are absolutely right. There are pockets of people who want to be nurses that we probably ignore. But the issue is, and if you look at the reality of this, the way that we're structured now, that's going to be like at least a 3-year timetable before a CNA is going to be qualified to even get into our program. And so this is, I always am afraid to say too much in this space because there are requirements that Terry can't ignore. But I also know that we've added on to the requirements. And so that's what we have to get rid of. And so that question, George, about asking what the other programs are doing, you know, we have to focus on the ones in New Mexico because we have to follow what the the State Board of Nursing
Right.
in New Mexico says. And so there are certain things that we have to have. But we should be looking at other ways that we can even offer those things. You know, there are ways to, and this takes a lot of cooperation with public schools where you can really offer not just college classes but dual credit to where more people take that. It's where they're not taking, they're taking A and P in high school and they're getting a science credit for it in high school. You have to make that work. That's not just something that, you know, they'll automatically do, so that we can shorten that pipeline any way that we can. What's become really clear, and nobody seems to have the answer, but the healthcare people are certainly clear that it's the problem, is that, as you said, we do the same thing that we've always done with not very much adjustment or response to what's been a crisis for a very long time. And so we have to figure out how to do some of the things. Like, I always wonder why we have to have the HESI. We don't have to have the HESI. I mean, I'm just saying that. We don't have to have the HESI. Not every school requires the HESI. So is that a barrier? I don't know. I mean, Terry's probably going to kill me for throwing that out there, but I don't know. But I think I would like to know. And some things like that, so that we do make it easier for other students to come into the program. But when we do, we have to absolutely be able to offer very intensive supportive services to help them be successful. We also have to have policies to where if they fail a semester, we let them repeat. And that we're not just like, too bad, so sad, go sit out for 2 years, you can come back then, because they probably won't. But if they fail a semester, I mean, sometimes I've watched so many people fail a semester for one dumb thing or one bad, you know, it's like they got wrapped around something. And so we need to be able to let them come back, not 14 times, but, you know, to evaluate whether or not you think this person really can do it and give them that opportunity so that we can create students and a better student pipeline in our community. It's not easy. I know it's not. And I know you have very strict regulations that you have to follow and that you can't just like, you know, do whatever you want. And part of the problem, where do you find students who don't seem to be that interested? You know, the surveying that Santa Fe Public Schools did on student interest in career pathways puts healthcare pretty low. Mm-hmm. So it's not like everybody out there wants to be a nurse and Terry's ignoring them because, you know, she just didn't know to go to the high school and talk to them. It's not like that. So what do we do about that? Are there other schools in the area who still would like to, you know, that we could work with? I do like the idea of adding more didactic stuff online and figuring out alternative ways to offer labs, not online, but, you know, in different locations or something, so that you can bring in students where you've got a little cluster of students that probably are never going to go do anything because it's too hard.
What's happening in nursing schools? Sorry. What's happening in nursing schools around the country in terms of enrollment? I mean, is this a national issue of diminished interest?
Yes, except it's starting to tick back up. Or in certain areas, it's always remained high because they've had waiting lists, 3-year waiting lists.
And do we know anything about why those areas are?
That is a high population. That's specifically California, but they have a huge amount of students who are in the pipeline waiting, who've been accepted to nursing programs, 2- and 3-year wait lists. And I've actively been recruiting from family members. I'm like, you can come and live with me rent-free. I'm not joking. I literally come and live with me, go to nursing school, become a nurse in New Mexico, and stay here for a few years. You may like it. But so I'm recruiting on all levels, personally, professionally, educationally, absolutely.
Well, you can see there's a lot of interest and concern
Absolutely.
about the issue, and I think the board would very much like to help in whatever way we can. And we would be interested in updates on things that you're doing, that we can do, that it's an issue and it's a big issue.
Definitely. And I'm happy to report back to you and share what we're doing.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Mr. Chair, Tony Kaufman is here now, if you want to introduce her.
Okay.
She's with the Faculty Senate.
Okay. One of the new faculty members, Faculty Senate officers is here. Tony, do you want to come introduce yourself?
Yes. I'm sorry I'm not dressed appropriately. I was not prepared to come today.
Okay.
I'm Tony Kaufman. I'm the new Faculty Senate Communications Officer. I'm happy to be here today. I've met Jody, you, Mr. Gamble, hello, Ms. Pierre.
Hello.
Siegel.
Siegel. Where do you teach?
I teach medical assisting.
How long have you been here?
Yes, that's my dean back there. We've been talking about allied health. I teach an accelerated program of medical assisting. This is the first semester that we've done it.
And you tell them you could be a nurse, and you remind them they could be a nurse someday?
Yes, I do, and a lot of them take medical assisting so that they can one day become a nurse. A lot of them have that aspire. Yes, and so this is my first semester as a Faculty Senate Communications Officer, and I'm looking forward to it. And I don't know where Jared or Jerry is.
Jared's online.
Oh.
Oh,
Hi, Jared.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you?
good.
Thank you, Tony. I just want to say real quick, we really couldn't do this without Tony. She is she's our detail person, our communication person, email person when we're backlogged. So we appreciate her very much. Actually, David Seco is here and Jerry Friedman. They're online if they want to. You all know me, so if you want to say hi to them as well.
Okay,
Dave, are you-
that'd be great.
Hey, Dave Seco, Secretary. It's good to be here. I know a lot of you, and I've met most of you. So I'm also chair of the General Education Committee, and I've been here a long time. So
A long time?
11 years.
How long?
11 years.
7 years.
11 years. Yeah, roughly. I never know how to count it, you know? I always have to use my hands. My wife always gets annoyed at me because I don't know how old I am. She's like, and I have to actually count it. So I'm really good at remembering some things, but not others.
What do you teach, Dave?
I teach history and the humanities. People think historians are good with dates, but we're not automatically good with dates.
Great. Great to have you on board.
Good to be on board.
And there was someone.
Jerry.
Hey everybody, I'm Jerry Friedman. I teach physics and math, and I'm the vice chair of the Faculty Senate, as I was last semester, and I got to attend one of these meetings in Jared's place one time. You may remember. And I've been here a long time. I've lost count too. I think this is going to be my 21st year.
Hey, you're a mathematician. You can't do that.
Yeah. Well, the farther you go in math, actually,
The less you can count.
Thanks for this opportunity, and looking forward to working with the board and the other shared governance organizations this year.
Great. Thank you very much for joining us today and introducing yourselves. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Thanks for having us all, and we appreciate that invitation, Dr. Campbell. And, you know, I personally would like to send out an invitation to any member of the board that would like to join us at one of the Senate meetings this semester. I believe we sent out the schedule to Audrey, so just pick a date and let us know, and you can come introduce yourself to everybody. And I think communication is great, especially with the board, you know. So we appreciate you all. Just a couple updates on my end, nothing too major. The semester's going off to a great start. We had our librarians at our last Senate meeting. They're doing a really cool community sort of committee, if you will, on ChatGPT, and they're going to have 10 faculty members that are going to be able to use ChatGPT 4, which is they'll get it paid for. I think it's a $20 a month subscription. And then I hopefully am going to be on that committee as well. We're going to meet up, I think 4 or 5 times this semester and share our notes and try to stick with the technology there. We also had Dr. Ruthie Watson come over and tell us about the new program review. That all seems extremely streamlined, and all the great work that they've done. It looks great, honestly, especially considering where we were at before that. So we actually hopefully we'll have Dr. Watson back to at another Senate meeting. That way we can have a little bit more of a question and answer. But we appreciated her there. And in a couple of weeks, we'll send you our new updated Constitution, which is looking great, thanks to Jerry and our the great cabinet here in the Senate. And one last just little note, attendance at the Senate meetings has been rising, going up. You know, we stand united, you know, somos unidos, so we're together. And I think the communication between faculty and the board and our administrators has just been improving. So the outlook's looking great, and can't wait to work with you all for the rest of the semester. As always, great to see you.
That's wonderful.
Any questions?
Jared.
I'm happy to answer them.
That's wonderful. Glad to hear it. Comments, questions for Jared? Okay. Look forward to working with you, and indeed, perhaps coming to a faculty meeting.
Great. We'd love to have you. Enjoy your week, everyone. Have a great weekend. Take care.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, where are we on our schedule?
Staff Senate.
We need to go back to the enrollment report and.
Oh, yeah, we skipped
We got off.
Yeah,
We got off
the
schedule?
enrollment report.
Yeah, let's have an enrollment report. But let's not talk about enrollment into nursing.
We should.
Thank you so much, Chair Gamble, members of the board, and President Rowley. So let me just first get this out of the way. Looking at the numbers, you can see that there's still indeed some things that we need to work on. There are still prospective students that we need to recruit, and there are still current students that we need to work really hard in ensuring that they are retained at SFCC. With that being said, I am so happy to report on some fantastic highlights that I want to share with you all right now. So, Chair Gamble, members of the board, and President Rowley, as you can see, our numbers right now for fall 2023, our overall enrollment numbers, we are up over 5% and compared to where we were at end of term for fall 2022. Also, our dual credit numbers for a fall semester, we are currently experiencing the largest number of enrolled dual credit students for a fall semester in Santa Fe Community College's history. You can see by those numbers, over 900 dual credit students, largest fall enrollment ever for that population of students. You can see that, thank you so much. you can see we are up 22% compared to where we were last year, end of term. You will also see that our new student headcount also has seen a slight increase of almost 6.5%. You will also see that our out-of-state transfers, that has gone up 22%. You will see that our increase of in-state transfers has gone up to 16.3%. Now, one thing that is not in this report that we have given to you today, Chair Gamble, members of the board, and President Rowley, but I am really excited to report on because I think it's important, and I know that you all have asked the question from time to time, well, that's fantastic that those dual credit numbers have been historically strong, great, but what does that mean in regards to these students then matriculating to Santa Fe Community College? Admittedly, especially since the pandemic, those numbers are not where we want them to be. Those numbers it's been a challenge to grow those numbers. I am happy to report, Chair Gamble, members of the board, and President Rowley, that at this current time, our fall-to-fall dual credit matriculations, so those are dual credit students that took, or former dual credit students that took classes at Santa Fe Community College at some point, we are looking to see if they matriculated to SFCC. Well, I am thrilled to report.
I switched to Liberty Mutual and saved.
Yes. It's a free-flowing conversation, and we even have commercials during our presentation. So I am happy to report that from fall 2022 to fall 2023, our dual credit matriculation to Santa Fe Community College is up a staggering 28% in comparison to fall 2022. So wanted to make sure to share that, and we can go over initiatives. We can answer any questions that you have regarding anything that you see on this enrollment report, or at least do the best that we possibly can, and we'll find out the answer if we don't know it offhand. I will now turn this over to my colleague Todd, unless you all have questions.
Yeah, I have a question. How do you explain that 22% increase in dual credit?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Chair Gamble, members of the board, and President Rowley. If we're looking at just the 22% overall increase of our dual credit student population, well, we are able to report that we have increased our cohort offerings, so our dual credit cohort classes that are offered on the high school campus. Since the pandemic, that has been a challenge. We have actually lost a number of those classes due to some of their instructors just not able to teach. They had a lot of turnover. We have been able to slowly but surely get some of our cohort classes back on those high school campus, and in fact, add other classes that we've never had offered at the high school campuses. I'll give you an example. Over the past year leading up into this semester, we were working really hard, the dual credit office, Margaret Peters, all of our incredible deans and associate deans and academic chairs, to work on creating some pathways for some of our high school partners. A good example of this is our Santa Fe Public School partners. We really were working hard on increasing the number of dual credit students from Santa Fe Public Schools. So we figured, let's bring more classes to them. So we have 3 pathways that we launched this year. Film at Santa Fe High School. We've actually expanded that. Early childhood at Capitol High School. And one that we've been trying to get off the ground for a number of years, and it finally is happening, engineering at Santa Fe High School. So what's great about these different pathways is that we have heard from students and from their high school counselors and principals that these are classes that students have been demanding for quite some time. And we're just very pleased that we're able to bring it to them now. So that has been a bump in our dual credit enrollment. But we've also expanded our offerings at other high schools, not just at our SFPS schools. New Mexico School for the Arts is another good example. Milton Reese and Jim Wysong and Jen Brenhauser, they worked tirelessly to help us get some more film offerings and creative writing offerings and other great programs to New Mexico School for the Arts. So you will see that the number of dual credit students from that particular school is up. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it's up almost 100 students. So those are just some examples. And also, quite frankly, the number of our enrolled dual credit students for just our regularly scheduled SFCC classes, so not counting the cohort classes, that's up as well. Almost 500 students are taking just our regularly scheduled classes. So there's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes. We're working every day to continue to grow those numbers, but it's just really great to see that students are getting involved in these classes. And the whole point is we're not just wanting them to take a class and put a butt in a seat. We want to make sure that this is meaningful to these students, that when they are getting ready to graduate from high school, they're seeing that, oh my gosh, I already took this many film classes or early childhood classes. This is all I need left. It only makes all the sense in the world to continue at SFCC. So we want to make sure that we have these pathways in place so that they have that motivation and that incentive to continue with us once they graduate. Chair Gamble.
Any chance for a nursing or healthcare related class?
Oh, Chair Gamble, members of the board, President Rowley, I am so glad you asked. As a matter of fact, we do have an existing LPN nursing dual credit cohort in existence currently at Capitol High School, and that's been happening now for about 5 years. Currently, we have about 12 Capitol High School students enrolled in that program, and it's going very, very well.
Do they go into RN and do they come here?
That's the incentive. That's what we're hoping for. We're hoping that these students continue on once they graduate. They continue into our health pathways here at SFCC.
That's all great. Sounds wonderful. You're doing wonderful things, and yeah. Thank you, Marcos.
Thanks, Marcos. We've had a really robust conversation. I appreciated the nursing, just listening in on that. So thank you for that. And I'm fielding a lot of messages from my staff who are listening, like, we're going to do this and this. Thank you. So I'm going to talk over this. Well, yeah, go ahead. Start over. We'll just watch it. It's 30 seconds.
At SFCC, I learned how to become a leader. I literally was the person who came in and I'm not even sure how to turn on the computer.
I learned how to effectively use my voice.
Here at SFCC, it's more one-on-one.
Helped me find my voice as an artist.
And I got a certificate in media arts and web design.
I chose the community college because it was more affordable. At SFCC, I learned that I could do whatever I put my mind to.
There's a nurse. So, all right, you've already seen that. That's been all over the place. We made that 2 years ago. We're starting a new kind of pathways video to get into rotation. Mason, stay where you are. So I didn't show that to show you the content. What I showed you is to show you, if you scroll down there, that video currently has 334,000 views. So here's what I will say about that. This thought one. The creation of that video, that's not marketing. The distribution of that video, the fact that through our digital channels, so instead of coming up here and saying, oh, we do, we send these videos on these apps, and here's a funnel, and here's a drip marketing campaign, and then everyone's eyes kind of glaze over. I'm just showing you that because that is what happened to that video over the past 2 years through various channels, and it doesn't include like the ads, the runs that got on cable TV or anywhere else. That's just digital. That's just how it was used using a variety of digital marketing campaigns. So that's example one. The thought number two is when people go to buy Coca-Cola in a gas station, let's say, do they say, oh, I saw an ad in the New Mexican about Coke, and then I saw, I went to saw the halftime show, and that was sponsored by Coke, and so that's why. And then someone says, why do you buy Coke? And they say, oh, they go, I don't know. I like Coke. It's around. It's on the top of my mind. There's no difference in what we need to be doing as a community college, which is we are working various channels, a variety of methodologies to be on the top of people's minds. But that's obvious. That's just like, again, that's marketing. Here's the thing. When people walk into the gas station to get the Coke, is there some wet floor? Is the door stuck? Is the Coke warm? Those are all kind of these consumer things that we also take on as a college, as one unit, to make sure that product is accessible, is affordable, is the right thing. And so I'm sharing that today just to show that, I can sit here and say, oh, we did this and that and this and here, but this is a kind of a comprehensive ongoing effort that involves a lot of grassroots work, a lot of technical work, a lot of traditional marketing, and kind of digital acumen that all only can come together when we all work together through programs, departments, through various services and support, so that we, at the end of the day, can have our, tasty beverage. So just two quick things as we kind of think about and contextualize, the work of recruitment and marketing in the semesters to come.
Following that, Todd, what do you think about this whole issue of nursing? What strikes you about when we talk about that issue? What sort of strikes your mind as a marketing person?
My first thought is to leverage dollars and to use like the kind of partnerships and statewide consortia to create campaigns that really can make an impact. If you come to me and say, let's buy some ads, that has very little impact. In fact, it's not a good use of money. But if we're working together as a group, as a state system, or as a whole, then you can have impact. So I have to be very careful with that, with one-off ideas that are good, but they may have very limited impact. If there's what, 60, between 60 and 80, 100 programs or kind of grant ideas or initiatives floating at any one time, if each one of those gets like a nibble, it's not very effective. But if we're opening up funnels, creating big things, and it's strategically aligned to what the board is, where the board is going, where the leadership of the college is going, then that's where we tend to see the highest return on investment. So nursing, yes, but it's going to be a group effort, partnerships, using our, lobbyists and our people to really come and like you said, asking for the resources we need to accomplish those things. This is one thought. I had a lot of thoughts during that, so I'll spare you the other ones, but that's the first thing I thought of when you asked me that question.
Okay. Any other questions or comments for Todd or Marcos? Okay. Thank you very much. And now we have a foundation report. Kelly Marquez. Kelly.
Good afternoon.
Can I pause for a quick second? Sorry. Did we approve the minutes? Up on, was it at the top of it? Or yeah. We getting there? Did we already do that? Sorry, Kelly. Because I know we bounced around a little bit.
I know.
Okay, is it further down and I just don't have it right in front of me? Got it. Sorry about that. Thank you.
That was,
You mean you couldn't dance with us?
Good afternoon. Chair Gamble, members of the board, President Rowley. I am presenting the year-end 2022-23 report for SFCC Foundation. We had a record year, and of course, we can't not talk about the $2 million that came in for nursing faculty stipends. We also had a huge grant from Hilton, which is a 3-year grant that's for early childhood. And we also partnered with some of our Santa Fe institutions of higher ed, STEM Santa Fe, to do an Apple Community Education Initiative grant that we have now coined Creative Santa Fe Coding Institute, I believe. It's somewhere around there. And so we also had the Title V matching endowment funds of $65,000. So to put this into perspective, we are $3.69 million over last year's year end. A lot of that is due to our $2 million endowment. Also, we had a record-breaking year in the market. So that means our endowment is sitting pretty well for our nursing faculty for this next year. Since our last meeting, we had implemented a planned giving software called Freewell. The institution paid $8,000 for that. As of the writing of this report, we had $37,900 in planned gifts. So it more than paid for its first year. As part of that, we steward donors, and yesterday I had stewarded a donor for a number of years, and he came to my office yesterday to let me know that they also will be leaving $25,000 in their will. So that was a wonderful meeting to be a part of yesterday, and that was an impromptu meeting. He is getting his fine woodworking certificate this semester, so he is very excited about that. And he came from California to finish it, so that's actually a great story. Also, I had the opportunity to throw out the first pitch at the Fuego game, which was exciting. We solicited alumni, and so we were able to get some contact information for them, and we also raffled off some swag bags, which was really exciting for us. We also completed our website. We have placed the Art on Campus videos finally on our website. This has been a project that we've been talking about for a number of years, so we're very excited that that's now up and visible. And our Art on Campus chair, Elise Arena, is very excited about that. So when you see her, she is going to tell you about that and how excited she is. So some of the highlights for the fourth quarter are, again, mostly going to be for our early childhood. And we have our initiative with the Regional Development Corps, which is the PLOS. So the foundation matches almost dollar for that initiative for a total of $110,000 for the year. So I attached our financials for June 30th if you wanted to review those. And if you need any guidance on those, let me know. We have total assets of $14.8 million, revenue over expenditures of $3,312,000 for the year. And some of the initiatives that we work with in the community. So we celebrated the Mana del Norte scholarship celebration here on campus. We were a host. I serve as treasurer for that committee. We awarded 12 scholarships to Latinas, and I do have to say 6 of them were for participants who are going to study nursing at Northern Community College. So I know I'm saying that, but we had one individual from SFCC, and she's a respiratory therapist. So we're very excited about that as well. We also participated in the joint open house. I had a number of foundation board members who came, and they were excited about that. They got a wonderful tour, and they're really excited about some of the different things that we can do to encourage our board as ambassadors out in the community. So we also had a member of our staff, Erica Keppel from OIT, who was a recipient of the 40 Under 40. It was an event that was sponsored by the Santa Fe Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. We had a table and were able to celebrate her achievements, what she has done over the years. So she will be getting her MBA now in December, and we're very proud to be able to have supported her in where we are today, where she is today, excuse me. And then we're talking about marketing, and the foundation is very excited because we get to participate in the strategic planning. We have our own KPI, and that is one of the things that I've been seeing in the industry, talking about having a KPI, having a strategic plan, knowing where you're going and where you're headed, where your 5-year plan is. And so we were lucky enough to start participating in this with the college about 4 to 5 years ago, I'm going to say, maybe a few more. Don't quote me on that. And this year we have a new initiative, which is adding student parents. And so we're very excited about the Mayor's Guaranteed Income Program that's coming in. And as part of that, we are going to earmark some funds that any student parent who's participating in this program can create an educational account for their child. And the foundation will match dollar for dollar any monies that a student parent puts into this account for their child to then give them that leg up coming up when they want to pursue a higher education. So in terms of recognition, I'm really excited about being able to participate in the Fuego and Alumni game and being able to get the name of the foundation out. Name recognition is imperative in fundraising, and so as ambassadors, governing board, foundation board members, I thank you very much for everything that you do to help me do the job that I do. So I stand for any questions, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Kelly.
Sure, I have a question. Kelly, I think the KPIs, is that part of the action plan?
Yes.
That you were?
Yes.
Okay, on there you talked about the alumni list. Could you give us an update on where you're at with that? Because you were going to put together one, right? Or
Yes, actually,
start one?
yes, we implemented a newsletter. And as part of that newsletter, we are soliciting or reaching out, I should say. We're stewarding alumni through that. And we have approximately 8,000 names on that mailing list. And that actually should not include any sfcc.edu emails because I send that out directly to all of those individuals separately. We've had some who have cycled off, and we've had some that have cycled on. So this is the newest way that we are going to start working with alumni. For our year-end campaign, which is starting now and will run through the end of the year, we have a drip campaign, which Todd just talked about. That is going to include a story about a student who is a parent. It's going to talk about an alumni. And it's also going to talk about somebody who has just left as a planned gift. So we want to talk about different areas and how it supports our students currently, but also in the future.
Yeah, great, 8,000, huh?
Yes, it's a pretty good number. And we've had a lot of response to that, and I think that when we did our alumni survey, it was just amazing to see the responses because people could leave comments, and it was like, this is what SFCC's done for me, this is where I've gone, this is where I'm going. And so it's something that we look to hopefully expand as we move forward.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question about the education savings plans. So are you all providing any sort of financial literacy for the students before they get to that stage?
Yes, I'm actually going to be having a meeting with the city, and there's an institution that we have spoken to previously about providing that financial literacy. And part of the program for the Mayor's Guaranteed Income, they actually create, so at the very beginning, there's I shouldn't say a class, but they have a lecture that they get about how this is going to work. So you're going to be getting these funds. It's going to be in the beginning, and then a process on how to sort of not wean them off, but understanding that it's only for a limited time. Then what are you going to do? How are you going to continue on without these funds? And so it's all incorporated into the program.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions for Kelly?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kelly. And now I think since we probably had the faculty report, let's just jump to the staff report.
Good afternoon, Chair Gamble. How does it go? Okay, this is my first time. I had to write this down. Members of the board and President Rowley, thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Staff Senate. We've actually met twice, September 1st and September 15th, but I believe only the minutes for September 1st were forwarded to you. Some of the highlights that we would like to just share with you is that, well, first of all, I've been here at Santa Fe Community College for 2 years, and I've been on the Staff Senate for 2 months, maybe? Yeah. And I just have to say that it's such a wonderful opportunity to be able to have voice. I've been in higher education for 28 years, and this is probably the first opportunity that I've seen where it's intentional to offer voice to the staff. I think that that opportunity has also opened up these committees that actually report to the staff, that now the staff is being like one of the first to hear about certain things, like the phones are going to be changed, which is going to be a huge ordeal. And I just really appreciate the fact that we're getting the heads up on that, because I think when you kind of get blindsided by something so huge as that, you get a lot of people very upset. Another great opportunity that I wanted to highlight was that Donna Costero came to the Staff Senate and actually asked for 2 exempt and non-exempt staff to be on the salary study. So we were really excited to be able to be a part of that. And I think that was all that I had that was a highlight. Do you have any? think Robert has something to add.
So good afternoon, Chair Gamble, members of the board, President Rowley. I just wanted to add what Michelle was, some of the highlights that we have. The first thing that I wanted to highlight was that she didn't mention was that we appreciated Dr. Rowley's what she had to say about Interact. You know, one of the topics that keeps coming up during Staff Senate is we have all this information that was brought, you know, and how is the administration going to act on that? And President Rowley has been very good at making sure that we understand that she is working on it. She's setting things up to, you know, to work on that piece. And staff really appreciates that. It's not just a lot of information that's gathered and going to be, you know, tossed to the side. So Staff Senate appreciates Dr. Rowley's continued efforts on, you know, taking the information to the next level. The other piece too is that I know that you had on there the composting, and I just want to say that we'll have updates on that. We have updates on that composting piece that you saw there. It was an interest that the staff had, and we're supposed to have updates on our Friday's meeting on that. So we'll have updates for you on that. Also, we would like to thank Dr. Morimoto for presenting. He did present at the last meeting on the student scheduling preference survey. Staff Senate appreciates his presentation on that. There's a lot of talk about that and input, so staff appreciates that. Also, just also with Staff Senate, the participation and attendance is up. It's great that we have so many staff members attending Staff Senate, with, you know, sharing their voice, their opinions, their concerns. We're really proud that we're able to provide, you know, have that environment where they feel so comfortable in doing that.
That's great.
And with that, we stand for any questions.
Do you give out goodies at the meetings, or?
If it was in person, Chair Gamble, I'm sure we would. Vice Chair Pugh.
I thought we used to have a composting out behind where the gardens are.
And that could be, Vice Chair. That's why we reached out to Charlie Schultz, our Director of Controlled Environment and Agriculture Program. And I know that our communications officer, Sabrina Kaliha, was the one that was spearheading this. So she said she had updates for us. So she'll be giving the updates on what was said during our upcoming Friday meeting. So.
Yeah, I thought they were composting and then using the soil in those raised garden beds. I thought we kind of had a loop going, but then we ended up without a cafe.
We were at one point.
Undine is here.
Yeah,
Undine is here if she has.
Chair Gamble, President Rowley, members of the board, and a member Pugh, excuse me. I'm Ondine Frauenglass. I'm the Innovation Center Director, and I have been doing the composting initiative for several years with Reunity Resources. They are working with the greenhouse and the culinary garden. Right now we don't have a technician for the culinary garden, but we have been composting still out there, and we do work with Reunity Resources to get compost in the garden when we have a technician. Okay. And at the moment we also have a project in the greenhouse to do vermiculture, which is a specific kind of composting using worms, and it's really good. But Reunity Resources has a full program to come on campus and train our culinary lab and our cafeteria workers, if that's what the college wants. They're ready with signage, and they're bilingual and training for composting, if that's what we're interested. We didn't pursue it because of COVID, overlapping with that initiative back in 2019.
Yeah, they have a great system going at Reunity, so, cool.
The founder of Reunity Resources is a student of Santa Fe Community College, of course.
Full circle.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
So Vice Chair Pugh, I guess, yeah, you heard the update before staff did, so that's what we'll get on Friday, I'm sure.
Okay,
Yes.
thanks.
Oh, I do want to mention before I leave too that I'm also an alumni of SFCC, a proud alumni, yes.
Yeah. Woohoo. Thank you.
Okay, any comments, questions? Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Continue all the good work and getting all those staff to come.
Now we're at the meeting minute.
Maybe if you add some chocolates to the, you could increase your participation even more.
George, you gonna offer to make them some cookies?
What was that?
You offer to make the cookies.
Yes. Okay.
Now we're at
The approval of the consent agenda.
Now we're here.
Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of August 23rd?
I have some changes to add. So there were comments, or I guess questions and comments about chess that weren't included in the minutes that I'd like reflected. I believe they came after the president's report, so that may be where you find them. And I think there was another part in the meeting where chess was brought up again, and they may have come up again there.
Okay.
And then the other part would have been in the update about the grant for the radio station.
Okay.
Yeah, there were questions and comments there that weren't in the minutes. So with those changes getting added, I would move to approve the minutes.
Okay.
I'd second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Good. Linda's.
Okay.
Linda's.
Zuby, do you approve? All right.
I'll abstain since I wasn't at the meeting, even though I watched it.
Thanks, Zuby.
Okay. Nothing on policy. Laura? I guess we don't have anything on policy
No, Laura.
today. And action items removed. Yes, Becky asked that that's a non-consent. Okay, so we can move to Mr. Tellis, who will tell us about the financial report.
Yes, Mr. Chair, board members. We have the financial report for the end of August, August 31, in your packets, and referring to the management discussion and analysis, you will see that ultimately, I just want to start out with saying things are good and going according to the budget and the plan for the fiscal year. In our operating bank account, at the end of August, we had $40.3 million compared to $28 million in the prior year. That's a year-to-year cash increase of $12.6 million. If you look at tuition and fee revenue, that's increased 11% and totals $2.9 million. At the end of August, that's increased $283,000. State appropriation revenue is a little tricky this early in the fiscal year. August is only the second month in the fiscal year. So I think that we have some timing of accounting for particular disbursements that we normally get through the year. So state appropriation revenue was $1.1 million compared to $625,000 last year. And so that's a year-to-year increase of 475,000, but I believe that'll flatten out through the rest of the year. Local mill appropriations were 148,000. It's a very minimal amount received in August, and that's due to the fact that we received most of our mill levy appropriations in, I believe, property taxes are due the first half collection in December. So we receive large infusion of mill levies in December and January, and then the second half in April, May, or really May, June timeframe. ING revenues in total increased by 745,000, 21%, for a total of 4.2 million. On the expense side, expenses increased by 33%, or 1.5 million, compared to the prior year, and totaled 6.1 million, which are, I think, due to a timing issue of when we are actually spending down on our accounts. So, looking at compensation was up 74%, up 2.3 million, totaling 5.4 million. And supplies, expense, equipment, utilities down 726,000. They were a total of 726,000. They're down 785,000, down 52% compared to the prior year, but it's really early still in the fiscal year. So a lot of those numbers that kind of come out at you will start leveling out as we move on through the fiscal year. If you take a look at all of our cash and banks, so within all of our bank accounts, we have 47.7 million. That's just a number that's good to know. Those bank accounts are very much restricted. And again, we had, out of that 47.7 million, 40.3 million in operating cash. So that's really the source of cash that we use to operate the college in that $40.3 million. So moving on, you can see the chart under ING revenues at the end of August. Most of the revenues received are those revenues that are related to tuition and fees, and that makes up most of the August revenue that will drastically change through the year, and local mill levy appropriations will take up most of that chart as we get closer to the end of fiscal year, June 30th, 2024.
Nick, how do the opportunity dollars figure into this? Are they considered part of tuition and fees or part of state appropriations?
It would be, and President Rowley could help me out here, but it would really be tuition and fees that are paid for
by the state.
By the state for the students that are already enrolled. We only get more revenue if there's new students that show up. So it's not a windfall to the college at this point.
Of course.
But it definitely helps the student.
Right.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So on that point, it's in the line item for tuition?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It would cover their tuition. The opportunity scholarship would pay for that, and we would recognize it in that line item for tuition and fee.
Good.
And I believe we just received today some additional guidance on opportunity. I saw that from Dr. Harry Rommel, who's in financial aid. So I think it's still a bit of a work in progress.
So it was good news or bad news?
Probably okay news. At least we're getting the information to come down.
New rules, probably.
Yeah, so. Any questions on the MD&A?
I have a question about the increase in compensation. Sorry, I'm going back up, if that's okay.
Sure.
So it's a 74% increase since last year. And I know that we had the state mandated raises, right? How much of that requirement would this would be reflected in this amount, and how much is just added positions or pay raises and that sort of thing? Do you know that? If not, that's okay.
I don't know that off the top of my head, but Mr. Chair and Member Quintana, I would say this early in the year, there's timing issues of, when we have vacancies and positions and things of that nature. A large portion of that is going to be the 6% pay increase that we did for this fiscal year, and that was mandated by the legislature. And so let's keep an eye on that number, but right now it's so early that the trends will level off as we move throughout the rest of the year. So.
Okay. That's helpful, because that's a big jump.
It jumps out at you.
Yeah.
That one jumps out at you. Even the utilities and supplies expense being down 785. I just think that's the timing of when we receive certain invoices early in the year. And so July and August are tough for us as we're really into fiscal years, trying to close the prior FY23 and then try to recognize invoices that we receive now for the prior year, and then book the proper current year invoices there.
So when would be an appropriate time to expect to see this at a more, I guess, at a better percentage?
I would say mid-year.
Mid-year, okay.
I look forward to first quarter, but I still think that's a little early. At the end of September's first quarter for us, and so I would, we'll look closely at that at mid-year and keep track of that.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on to the financial detail report in your packets, you can see the makeup of the numbers that I mentioned earlier with respect to the operating cash at August 31 this year compared to prior year. We have some reserved funds that have to be kept in reserve in a separate bank account for the New Mexico Finance Authority revenue bonds that we have. We have to keep that $300,535 in place as we have those bonds outstanding, and we have NMFA bond proceeds still of 2.274, and that project's really getting going now with the microgrid and that whole thing. We've had those proceeds on hand for quite some time, just because of the difficulty with the P&M issue. But all of that's been settled, so we're moving on with the project, and I know that I think we just, I don't see Dobby here, but we have installed a generator that we've been wanting to install for a very long time, so that's been commissioned, and that's for the nanogrid and the greenhouse and things like that. So I think we'll see that starting to come down there. And then the final line item there at debt service, you see 4.8, almost 9 million, and that's mill levy revenues that are restricted to pay down on our outstanding bonds, local geo bonds. So with that, any questions there? Like I said earlier, it's, things that in August look fairly good. There's a few things that jump out, but we'll keep track of it. If you look at the ING detail, the good news is, again, tuition and fees are up about 11%, and state appropriation up quite a bit by that 76%. However, that's just a timing issue. That will level out as we move on through the rest of the year. Local mill levy revenues are minimal. Last year we received $153,000. This year, at the end of August, we received $148,396. But our budget on that is about $24.4 million, and so a lot of funds are on the way, and we will start to receive those in December, January, and then the second half in May, June of the fiscal year.
Nick?
Yes.
Where would we see the chess expense? Would that be an ING under institutional support?
So, Mr. Chair and Board Member Pugh, the chess expenses, they're in different areas. It just depends on what expenses we're talking about. So we have, as Corey was mentioning earlier, we have a lot of our ed tech notes, which we hold in the plant fund.
Mm-hmm.
And those are accounted for there. Also in the plant fund, we also have the DOT money. What was presented earlier, I don't think we've booked it yet, in terms of the $1 million that we have coming to us from the state for, I think, this fiscal year. So it's in a variety of places. However, I think it's, for the most part, booked in the plant fund.
And does that include staff salaries then? The staff that have moved over, that we pay them and then they pay us? Or
The
just
DOT money is the primary source of
Okay.
that. The ed tech notes we can only use for paying down on software costs, so actual workday costs and things like that. And then we have some of the funding coming out of, I believe, our OIT budget for the INGs.
Yeah.
It is in different areas and.
Okay.
Are you able to give us a separate budget to show these things about chess?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we can definitely put that together. I think it needs to be a sort of a separate report on where all of those things are, because, you know, it's fund accounting, and fund accounting is a lot of times not very fun accounting. So we have these different buckets that have to maintain their certain restrictions on them, and so that's why we have to account for it in this fashion, but there is a way to put it together to where it would look like, you know, it would make more sense. Hopefully it'll take a little bit of us to do some analysis on that.
Okay. Thank you.
So everything in the ING looks good. There's a lot of detail here, as you can see, and really what I keep track of is there's a column there that is earned, spent, current year, FY24 at the very right-hand side. And we've spent 14% of our budget for expenditures, which was 43.6 million budgeted for this year in ING expenses. We spent 14%, we're at 17% of the fiscal year and through August, and that seems to be on track. So nothing scary in here, at least within the ING fund. And then you can see some of the detail of slicing the ING by salaries, benefits, compensation, and those sorts of things. That's where that 74% number pops out, but that will level off and decrease through the rest of the year. Moving on to public service. Public service looks good. Everything's in the black. I know that we, in the past, have kept a close eye on Kids Campus. That looks like it's doing really well. And, you know, it's $15,951 on the good side and in the black there. And just spending down on firstborn, that has $18,261 in the black, and so everything looks according to plan here. And so Kids Campus is kind of tricky too, because talking about the different buckets. The Kids Campus funds are in here are, you know, sort of unrestricted, but they also do get some restricted dollars from grants and things like that, and so that's in that lower line of restricted grants for Kids Campus. We had revenues of $171,000 and expenses of $220,818. And so I think that some of those things I think have to get billed and brought back into the college for those restricted grants. But
The conference center, is that at the HEC?
that is the HEC, and that is also the TMP lease with the master's program. So we have really two large leases. One is the master's program lease, and then the other one is the New Mexico Highlands lease that's over there, and they're captured here in the revenue and make up a large portion of that, $127,959, and that will pretty much remain in place because the additional revenues that we get in HEC are just like one-time kind of rentals of classroom space and things like that. So there's that. This is sort of good news. We're trying to figure out how our new partnerships with Follett running our bookstore as well as our food services will look for the college. Originally, before we finalized the contract with Follett, we had expected to kind of maybe have expenditures of $50,000. However, the way we finalized that contract is that the college received some portion of revenues generated in the bookstore, and so they're accounted for here, and that's where you see the $59,271 and expenditures of $1,924. So that's good news, and as we prepared the budget for this, we were not aware that we would be able to generate the revenue, so that's interesting there.
Just a question on that.
Sure.
So we get 4% of their net?
I think it's about 3%.
3%.
Yeah. About 3% of their net. For revenues that they generate up to $750,000, and then after $750,000, it goes up higher, like our share. So.
And we have no expenses?
None at this point. So no, I don't think we have any expenses planned in there. It's just going to be capturing those revenues in the auxiliaries, and so that's good news.
Great.
Nick, let me ask a question about the small business development. How do we get, I guess I don't fully understand them, and how do we get revenue from them?
So we are, you're talking and you're referencing public service?
Yeah.
That page. Yeah, so we have budgeted, and this is really non-institutional. This is revenue that comes from the state and the RPSP that we work with on with Russell Wyrick and the lead center for SBDC. They get that legislative appropriation of $4.491 million, and that comes from the legislature, and then they receive that fund. Well, you basically pass it through as SFCC is the fiscal agent for SBDC. So we receive that legislative funding, and then we pass it through to the other colleges in New Mexico, a large portion of that, and that's what they use to fund their local college SBDC program sites in different communities in New Mexico. Did I get that right, Becky? I don't know if you have any.
Yep, there's like 26 or something SPD centers around the state that are at community colleges generally, maybe all. And so we, as Nick said, we get the block grant through an RPSP, and then we retain some of that money we get a little bit of overhead money for it. It funds our administrative staff for the SBDC here. There's the lead center staff, and then we also have a Santa Fe staff, which is 2 people, I think.
Yes, I think it's 3.
Is it 3?
I think it's 3
Okay.
if they're fully staffed, but
Yeah.
right now I think it's maybe.
And then Russell and his staff disperse it around the state to the other programs around the state.
They also get a federal grant. It's
Yes.
a PTAC grant.
So that $250,000 listed here, the balance carried forward, is that,
That remains, Mr. Chair, that remains
Okay.
with them in their own bucket. And, it's not available to the rest of the.
okay. So the $91,000 is probably for staff.
Correct.
Okay.
And like I said, they do get another fairly large, I think haven't seen it in a while, but in the past it was like a $900,000 grant from the federal government, SBA or PTAC, I think.
Or it's a procurement program for federal, it's to teach people how to do procurement with the federal government. So that if you were gonna operate a business where you needed a contract with the federal government, apparently that's a very tricky business.
Yeah, I bet it is.
And so they work with you on how to do that.
Yeah, and so when I started working with the college, I saw that was a Department of Defense grant from PTAC. I'm just like, Department of Defense, what are we doing here? But it's to do procurement with that department and other federal agencies.
Okay.
All right. And then the final page is the plant fund. And really the thing that we want to keep track of here is under that institutional section where you see the institutional monies allocated per policy, and we have the ending balance of 12.6 million there. And then to the left of that is the institutional monies unallocated, and that $9.8 million amount is the money that we have in place for the next 4 to 5 years of balancing our budget as we had planned as we put this budget together.
We're already down from 10 million, huh? We're only earlier in the year.
Yeah, we'll have to look at that. So, yeah, I think that what we had planned was, I believe it was 7 million early on. But yeah. So we'll keep track of that in the plant fund, and together combined you have that 12.6 plus the 9.8.
Chair, I have a question.
Please.
This is a little bit unrelated, but related to our political environment. If the government shuts down at the end of the week, will that have any financial impact on the institution? I know if we go into a CR, we just carry over. But in a government shutdown, is there any financial impact?
It does, Mr. Chair, and that's just on our grant reimbursements.
Mm-hmm.
So we have quite a few federal grants that we spend the money down first and get reimbursed for that. And so, I mean, that's really the risk. I feel like in the past when we've done government shutdowns, we've always been able to navigate through that. And I don't know if the agencies figure out a way to reimburse us in the meantime, but I know that this has come up in the past, and nothing catastrophic happened at that time, but
Okay.
yeah.
I mean, CR is just to carry through, but
Right.
a shutdown is different.
Presumably, it depends on how long it lasts. I mean, a shutdown for one day is not much, but
Correct. And, it could affect the Pell Grants that students get. They get a lot of federal financial aid. However, for this semester, I think most of that has been dispersed. But
Okay.
that's why, good point. I mean, Mr. Chair and Member Pugh, that's exactly the reason why we needed the policy amount to have a restricted reserve account of that $12.6 million number, and that helps us to carry forward without, when there's things that are unexpected, again, many grants that we have. How much is the Title IX grant? It's not coming to mind right now.
The
We have-
Title V
mean,
is
Title V.
like 2 million, Josh? The Title V, yes, okay, 2.5 each, so 5
So
altogether.
5 million in that grant, and, you know, we have to spend it first and then get reimbursed, and so that cash flow there that sits in our bank account, it helps us do that, and that's what I
Right.
think. It's easy to,
We have some people that are paid out of those funds, you know.
yeah.
Okay, so are we preparing for that? I mean, even thinking about it? We only have a few days.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure people are paid and we don't have any large hiccups.
With this money here, nothing to worry about.
Okay.
So
all
this
right.
is, I mean, if we didn't get any revenue, and remember, our revenues come from different areas. It's primarily grants. The grant programs are more risky with respect to the federal shutdown. But with this balance here, we have a lot of time to keep things going. And also, in addition to the grants, ING and the ING funds come from mill levy and tuition and fee and state appropriation, which shouldn't be affected at all.
Okay.
So we'll have that cash coming in. Again, December, January, we have the big amount of mill levies for property taxes at that time, not affected by the federal.
Right with it. I guess the one thing I would ask is, if we go into a shutdown, just thinking ahead, and you do look at the finances and you determine how long we have that we can actually stay afloat financially, I'd just like you to share that number with us, whether we're looking at 3 weeks of salaries, 3 months of salaries, 6 months of salaries, and keeping the institution, just so we know kind of what's going on.
Yeah, and I'll have to communicate with Russell. I think Russell Wyrick at SBDC worries about that more.
Right,
But
they do have a lot more federal, the percentage for us of federal money is pretty low.
Okay, that's.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably the impact that we would have more concern is on our students. Because students are receiving from a variety of sources totally outside of the college. I mean, everything from feeding programs or
Yeah, some of those things.
Well,
that
we
would
had
be.
the big shutdown of 45, 50 days just a few years ago when Trump was in.
Yeah.
And
A model.
we certainly didn't have any problem.
None at all, really.
Well, we had CRs, continuing resolution.
No, we didn't have them during that period of time when everything was shut down. Remember the 45 days? I mean, there
Well,
were.
that was, I mean, you're.
I'm talking Trump. It wasn't that
So
long ago.
I don't recall that, but with continuing resolutions you can spend, you
Oh,
just have
yeah.
to spend at last year's dollars, so.
Yeah, but
That's
that
why
was
this would be different if it shuts down.
different, yeah.
But, okay, just keep us posted.
Quick question, Nick. If you were in a position where you had to use those reserves, would you need our approval for a bar? Okay.
Absolutely. We would need approval from the board to do that.
Okay. Thank you.
It's a board policy, and, we could take a look at it. Because it's required to have in place. Now, I don't know if we have any kind of language on what needs to happen to use it, so. Yeah, the board might need to think about that.
Yep.
Figure out what that might look like.
Thank you.
Now, are all Pell Grants and that sort of project, those have all been allocated, correct? That's already been dispersed, so the students wouldn't lose Pell Grants.
Not for the fall semester.
Is there a second disbursement that comes out, like in October?
Maybe for student loans or for second 8 week classes.
There's like I think.
Yeah,
there's
it's a
second 8 week
smaller-
classes.
Yeah.
it's a small- The majority of those Pell Grants have been dispersed. So the spring semester, depending on how long it lasts, that's the issue.
Right.
We'll look into that and
Okay.
stay on top.
We may
We'll
not
put
get
Kelly
there,
on
but
high alert,
just
too.
thinking about it.
Yeah, right.
All right, thank you.
She's the key.
Kelly's still here?
At night.
No, she went home. Okay,
So that is it, Mr. Chair, for the financial report, and we do need a vote on that.
Yeah.
We always,
I move to approve the financial report.
I second it.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved unanimously.
Just as an FYI, the last federal shutdown was December 22nd, 2018 to January 25th, 2019. So
month.
a month, yeah. You
Glossed
forgot.
right over that one, Linda, sorry.
Apparently I-
Maybe it was on the tail end of a CR or something.
So, Nick, did you give us both HED fourth quarter, or you didn't do that yet?
We haven't done that yet. It should be in your packets.
Okay.
That's that.
Oh, did you vote on the?
Yeah, we voted,
We just
yeah,
voted on it.
Motion in a second. I don't
we just voted on the financial report.
So now we do the HED report.
Now the HED report.
Yes, this is the lovely HD report. It's very simple. We're answering
Move to approve.
all the affirmative questions.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, unanimously approved.
Thank you.
Save you the pain of going through it again,
Right.
Nick, every quarter.
Okay. Now we're skipping the budget adjustment request, the bar, and dropping down to the MOA.
Updated with that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So I'm going to start out by seeing if I can uncomplicate possibly some of what I might have inadvertently complicated. So what I want to kind of start with is just to kind of talk about the immediate goals for Mosaica and the immediate mission for Mosaica, which is to extend the training capacity of the college in ways that we're really not, we can kind of do it now, but we could do it better. And we could do more, and we could do it faster and a little bit easier. So one of the primary missions of Mosaica's training arm will be to provide opportunities to our community that we're not providing right now. So, we talked about the nursing program, and the nursing program has very strict regulations. They can only do certain things certain ways. And what we're looking to do through Mosaica is to be able to offer training in short-term fashions, non-credit, and by using instructors that meet industry qualifications that we can hire because we know that employers value these instructors. We don't have to pay attention to HLC rules, which often overcomplicate things for us. And so we can move much more quickly. So the kinds of projects that we're looking at have to do generally with trying to offer some type of social mobility to people in our community. So, with what we're doing right now with fiber optic training, with EPA training, these are short-term trainings for high-paying jobs that have opportunity for upskilling in the future, where there can be stackable credentials and people can start earning a decent wage and then keep earning, keep getting trained, keep earning different wages, and on through there. So that, is the mission. One of the aspirational things about any kind of research park entity like this is that, and we've talked about and looked at what CNM can do in other places, there is the potential for an entity like this to generate a lot more money than what our current CE contract training is doing. And that would be nice, but that's not the immediate goal. The immediate goal is to meet the training needs. So right now, for example, I see Janet Curley nodding her head. So Janet comes in and says, EPA contacted me, they want me to offer X amount of training. And if we're not able to either hire a part-time person more quickly, be able to mobilize Janet more quickly, and create a class without going through any type of, curriculum committee kind of thing, then we will lose those opportunities. We actually do lose some of those opportunities. Not a lot. I think we do a really good job of not doing that. But, one of the things is that there are so many more opportunities coming down the pike that we're trying to prepare for, like the bazillion dollars that the federal government is dumping on broadband training, and there's a lot of that money available in New Mexico. And very quickly, Chris has shown Santa Fe Community College to be a leader in this space when we didn't do anything with this before. So and I use that as an example because that is one of the things that makes predicting the future so difficult. So 3 years ago, if you would have said, what's your plan? Fiber optic training would have not even been on anybody's radar. No one would have been thinking about it. But now, because the federal government is putting so much money towards this and it's become a national priority, it's a priority for us too, because we've had the opportunity as people have approached us and said, hey, can you offer this training? We'll give you X amount of money to train X amount of people. And how about you do it in Grant County? How about you do it in Bernalillo County? And so, it's kind of mobilized like that and spun up, if you will, because one good opportunity has led to another good opportunity. So that is what we are going to be doing in the immediate and the 3-year, 5-year future. It's going to take longer than it took CNM. I'll just say more than 10 years, more than, where we are now, to say we're really going to be able to prioritize the kind of training we offer based upon how much money we make. So we want to make money enough to pay for what we're doing, to not, to generate a little, but we're not going to say no to a training that's going to provide a really good opportunity for people in our community because we're going to make 2% and not 12%. So we are really focusing on the opportunities for people in our community and what, people have frankly asked us to do. We are the community college in Santa Fe, and so we really do have an obligation to be able to do a lot of these things. So a couple of things I want to just kind of mention and untangle a little bit, and then if you all have questions about the documents or anything like that, happy to go through those in greater detail. One of the things that I want to clarify, and the reason that I asked George about pulling the bar, is that when we had originally, and when I say originally, I'm talking about when we were planning our budget in March of this year. And we were talking about Mosaica, what should we do? And we talked about a little bit of seed money, kind of like what, CNM said their little bit of seed money was $5 million. But that was also because they built a building. And, if you look at the MOA, the space is our space. So the college will cooperate with Mosaica the way that we cooperate with the foundation, to where we're not charging for any kind of space, and we're covering overhead costs, and then the entity will hire the people that it needs, and then we go from there. So the director that we need to hire can be somebody that we can hire and that we're going to hire out of our existing college line. So the money for Mosaica, we thought that, we could put it in there and then there would be some seed money to grow projects and things like that. We could pay for the director out of there, but we don't have to. We have a contractor that we're using right now that we're not really using on a full-time basis, that we could use as a full-time basis. So that would be, at this moment, the only additional expense. So when you look at what CNM Ingenuity is doing right now, there are 120-ish employees that work for Ingenuity that are in the CNM budget. There is no Ingenuity that is not CNM. And so they have the administrative cost of running the program, the CEO, the CFO, the COO, the whatever other people that they hire, program managers and stuff like that. Those people are, what they call them contributed services employees, and they work for CNM. And they provide services to Ingenuity. So right now, we have a contract training / continuing education office that does all kinds of fabulous non-credit training all over the state, online, all over everywhere, and a lot of stuff in Santa Fe. And the priority, of course, is in Santa Fe. And so those people already work for us, and they're already being paid out of the continuing ed budget. The college has been investing a little bit more in them over the past few months because I asked the budget folks to include some new administrative positions for them that are not real. That's really the wrong. They're administrative in the sense that they're not instructional, but they're really kind of like people that go out and talk to employers and find out what the needs are and really work on program development. They don't teach, they work on the program development. So that is all part of the infrastructure of offering non-credit training. I'm going to just call it that because I think CECT becomes complicated for everybody. So what we're going to ask for then is just the approval of the MOA, which stands this entity up fully. So there are bylaws, there's a bank account, no money in it, not going to put any money in it right now. But the way the MOA would work is that as there is income generated through CTE, that income could go into Mosaica to help them continue to fund their own enterprises. The way that they work as far as, they get money from the college to fund the salaries of most of the people who are working there, but then they get some legislative money. The legislative money actually comes to the college. The legislative money has to come to the college. Just like we used to get legislative money for STEM Santa Fe. Sometimes it comes to the college, then it goes to the nonprofit. We have had legislators approach us and say, we'd like to be able to give you money so that you can do boot camp, non-credit boot camp training. Non-credit, not necessarily boot camp, but often boot camp training is the fastest growing sector of higher education without a doubt. And so we really would like to be able to expand what we're doing by having more capacity through a nonprofit research park entity. So there have been some very legitimate questions about how this works with the foundation and what the foundation policies or any college policies that mention the foundation, how they are impacted here and how they work here. So that we've looked at that. So I've looked at it, Lynn's looked at it, and Wade has looked at it. So 6-9 says that it's a non-solicitation policy, basically. It says that the college, that all solicitation is basically regulated by the foundation. And so the origin of this policy is that if different academic departments, clubs, things like that, people lose their minds going out trying to solicit money all over town. And so this policy exists so that people will know that if they want to go out and solicit funds for something, they need to go to Kelly and let Kelly coordinate that effort so that we're not all running out trying to, hit up all these businesses all the time in some sort of scattershot fashion, which everybody did, I think, at one time, and that's why these policies come into place. But so what Lynn has suggested and added into the MOA is a statement saying that policy 6.9 does not apply to Mosaica because Mosaica will not be soliciting funds. So Mosaica will occasionally receive grant money that is not solicited. So for example, there was an Encantada grant that would have been a Mosaica grant And that was something that Chris was asked to apply for so that she could get. Those grants only go for workforce training, and they're pretty small. Other things are federal grants, like, you know, Janet gets EPA grant. Those go to the college. And so all of those kinds of training grants are going to go to the college anyway, no matter what. And then the college disperses that money. And we actually have, in the next policy, it clarifies that grants are regulated by the grants office, not by the foundation. So the foundation gets nonprofit grants, very big nonprofit grants, I might add, all the time. And they are extremely helpful at navigating accepting that money, because that sounds like a simple thing, but it has to be done a certain way. And so that's Kelly's expertise, and she has, shepherded those things. But, the clarification that I want to make is that Mosaic is not going to be out, I was going to say panhandling. That's not, they're not going to be out trying to do those kinds of things. There are, I saw a draft of a bill the other day that would be for I'm probably going to predict it's going to take several go-arounds for this to stick, but to create a permanent fund in the legislature for non-credit training. Because right now, the problem and the reason why it's necessary for us to do this is that the state really doesn't fund non-credit training on any consistent basis. They do it sometimes. So there's a $25 million appropriation that came out a year ago that was designed for non-credit training. We've had trouble accessing it. Everybody has had trouble accessing it because HED has had to clarify the rules so that we could access it. But our portion of that is like $715,000. So that's $715,000 that Chris and her team can draw on for non-credit training. But until it's still kind of being totally finalized, clarifying the rules for what you can spend that money on. Part of what you can spend that money on is paying for students who are not able to pay themselves, because there may be, the price tag for a boot camp could be $2,500. And that is certainly more than what our tuition is. And our tuition, Pell money doesn't cover it. Other foundation funds aren't going to cover it. So this kind of money can be used for that. So I think, the need is pretty clear. So we've attached the financials for CECT, just so you can kind of get a sense of what they've been doing. Those financials are not Mosaica at this point. Those are the financials for CECT. And that just kind of gives you an idea of what we're doing for non-credit training, but that's not, gradually over time, and I know Chris has had these discussions with her team, there will likely be parts of non-credit stuff that gets run out of Mosaica more thoroughly. The administrative part, though, which would be, Chris, her director, whatever, the other administrative people are never going to be run out of Mosaica proper. Now, the way that it's accounted for may be a different story, but that those are contributed services from the college, and that we need to continue to pay to support the entity that is supporting our students. So that, and then at some point, if we're super stable and really, kind of minimizing our expenses and going through there, then we can, do some more things that might generate more revenue. We are able to look more, really more honestly at public-private partnerships. Right now, it's really hard to do that. There is no business that's going to want to work with the college on any kind of big, building project or something like that, because we've got to go before 15 levels of approval to build a shed, truly, a shed. So, it's just not even something we would ever want, that anyone would ever really have a serious conversation with us about. So this entity would give us the ability to do, some different things like that as a nonprofit. But, so that's like a higher aspirational level that's not in our immediate wheelhouse right now. It's to be able to kind of deploy and develop the training that we're kind of doing, but that we'd like to expand, do some other things. Chris was talking to me the other day about a mobile lab that somebody has talked to her about, using to, I think it was to do broadband training, but it might have been another kind of training. But those kinds of things so that we can move in a more nimble way. And so the money that, so if we wanted to expand, any kind of staff addition that's a full-time person is going to have to go through our budget approval process on the college side, so that it's not, there's like 15 checks and balances on that. So they talk to Margaret, they talk to me, we talk to Nick, we talk to Amy Tilley, and then we, figure out, okay, how much do we need to put in for this when we budget for this? And then, we go on about it that way. So at no point will there be an ability for, we've asked the college to put a whole bunch of money in there so Chris can just kind of do whatever the heck she wants. Because, well, sorry, Janet. Hopefully that won't, clip Janet's wings, as my dad would say. But that, it's very well regulated, and there's a planned growth through the college. And Chris has come to me a few times and said, I need a couple more people to be able to really expand this. And so we talk about that and say, okay, how about one now and maybe one later, or something like that, to be able to fully deploy that. And so which is the way any other department would grow, any other department at Santa Fe Community College. And so that really is what we would be looking to do. So I think the changes to the MOU have been that we added Lynn's opinion, I guess you would call it, about what the applicability, the non-applicability of 6.9. And then, I'd be happy to answer any questions you all might have, or dig into anything else, or there are probably people out here can answer way more detailed questions than I can.
Questions from the board?
I have a couple.
Go ahead.
So actually, I like Lynn's clarification. I think that really helps a lot, right? That it's not fundraising activities. Solicitation, I still kind of not sure how we're using that, but we'll sort it out. I have a couple questions about the document, the way we're actually some of the words in the document. And the two words I don't really understand are, in some places we say Mosaica will, or the college will, and in other places we say Mosaica shall, or the college shall. And so how are we using shall and will? Shall is pretty self-explanatory, right? Shall is they shall, but what is will?
An example of what's not clear.
Yeah, any of them in 3, where it says Mosaica will. And so I'm wondering why it's not a shall. So that's report. So I'm wondering, how are we using will and how are we using shall in this document?
All of those in 3 seem to me like they really are shalls because they're compliance.
Well, that's how, that's it.
Yeah.
That would be where I'm
Well,
going.
and
Exactly, yes.
I don't really know that, legal has reviewed this, so I don't know that there's any kind of legal distinction between will and shall on there, and that I would take will or shall as these are the things we have to do, not like you may, but you have to do it. If you'd like, though, we can make that consistent.
Yeah, I think just because we don't really define will, and we use will sometimes and shall sometimes, but
We need an English professor
or legal.
rather than a legal professor.
But so I guess Becky, exactly, and 3.0, reports and accounting. I mean, those to me seem like they should all be shalls. I don't know what will really means, like, do we have to do it if it's a will? But
I would say yes. I mean, I would interpret that.
Can we take a vote on that?
Any contract that I would ask anybody to sign, if it says will, it means you're supposed to do it. And you have to do it. I mean, there's no penalty established.
You're right.
But, I mean, I would say we haven't upheld our end of the deal if we don't do it, whether you say will or shall. But you know, if you want me to, I can clarify with Lynn, which.
Yeah, so my comments would be all of section 3 should be shalls with reports and accounting and fiscal responsibility.
We can certainly.
And then, let's see, I had one other, in 7.5 where we talk about, this is more about content. In 7.5, the parties acknowledge that it is unlikely that Mosaica will become a self-sustaining entity. And then further down, we talk about that at the time when Mosaica becomes a profitable entity, both parties agree, there you go, it's right on there, I don't have to read it. But anyways, both parties agree that the profit will be split 50-50. So is there, at any point, will Mosaica be paying back the college?
No, and not, because we have not, there's no initial investment in Mosaica. So what Mosaica has are people that are currently being paid by the college anyway.
Okay.
So I should qualify that. If there was ever a project that had more of a different kind of a project, like some kind of public-private partnership, and the college could, like, loan money if we were going to, say, build something with somebody or do something that, you know, is pretty far out for us, then that would be a different situation. The other thing I can tell you is that if we were ever there, that would be something where there would be other agreements that would need to be in place and a lot more legal work done in terms of making sure that, because that would really kind of be like a separate project that is different than anything that we have described in here. The research park entity allows for those kinds of projects, so if we wanted to do it, we could do it, but we'd need to make sure that we had the proper contracting and all that kind of stuff in place to do that. And then if we did that, then I would say, yes, the college should pay it back, and the college would pay that. I mean, Mosaica would pay it back. Sorry, I got it back.
So the return on investment will actually just be the 50% of whatever revenues are brought in once Mosaica becomes profitable.
Right, and then the other 50% goes to the college.
But on that point, then we're gonna have financials that have all the expenses of Mosaica showing as expenses.
Well, right now you have
contrast to the revenue.
So it's basically, you could think of it as like a different department. So what we will do, and I shouldn't even pretend like I understand the accounting of this, but I had a conversation with Amy Pell yesterday, and she said their method within Workday where it would be tracked within the college's budget, but separately as Mosaica. So basically what Workday allows us to do in a different way, a little bit more sophisticated way, is to track departmental expenses. Right. And so we would be able to do that. But as far as like the salaries for the people that are working in Mosaica, it's more like shifting them to a different department than having like a different, like a whole different set of books or whatever you want to call it.
Right, but okay, like the Early Childhood Center, it has a budget, and the staff are attributed to that budget, and then we see how much although we don't really put administrative costs in.
But they are an auxiliary service. So what's different about them, like you don't see the CECT budget unless you ask for it, because it's just in the stuff, you know?
Right.
But we have to spell out, Kids Campus is on a separate schedule. So because it's on a separate schedule, it always comes to you separately because they have to do it separately because you have to show as an auxiliary, it has to, if not be profitable, make money. But when, the training that we offer is not an auxiliary, it's training that is integral to our mission and exactly what we're doing now and supposed to be doing more of.
Yeah, but we should be seeing, okay, here's the revenue that Mosaica is getting, and here's the expenses since we're paying for all the salaries and everything. Otherwise, how can you divide the profit if you don't know what the profit is?
I think it's going to be, there's
at some point down the
right. Well, right, because it's mostly going to be expense, revenue, and they will match pretty closely. There will be some overage. We'll be able to, the more we can expand, the more opportunity there is for us to make more money. It's when you can scale some of these things that you really see an opportunity for more profit. And when you have to do it as like a smaller thing, that you run a lot closer to the margin.
So is it the case now with St. Ingenuity that they're not self-sustaining?
Right. Well, they're self-sustaining. It depends. They pull all of those administrative pieces. They don't declare those part of Ingenuity. So they'll say Ingenuity is profitable because Ingenuity is generating income, and the only expenses are the expenses that are directly tied to offering the class. Not like broader, Chris may touch 15 programs in the course of a week, setting up, doing things and whatever. So it's a cost, but it's a cost that it's kind of like, it's like what we do for the foundation. The college pays all the foundation salaries. We always will. There are some foundations that don't do that, but we want the money that the foundation raises to go to the projects that the foundation does. And so you can see what those expenses are in terms of, paying for, like using a temper, because most of the instruction, other than a few key people like Janet and whoever we have doing the Energy Smart Academy, are people that are on a real temporary contract. They offer the class, they teach for a couple of weeks, and then they go on about their business, and we may hire them again, we may not hire them again, we may pay them to do some program development, but it's all real, like, contractual, clear fee for service kind of stuff.
So from the last meeting, the work session that we had to now, right, there was a request for a bar of $250,000, so that no longer is the ask. No. So I'm trying to, right, so now it almost sounds like we're going to be spending more money.
No.
Right, so I guess that's the part I'm trying to understand is, right, historically, what have the costs been for CECT, which I think this is it now.
Right.
And then, right, projections, which are included, and I don't know how those were determined, but maybe we can get into that. And so I'm just trying to understand, like, overall on a year-to-year basis, how much money is this costing us? And I'm looking here, let's see, at this budget worksheet, I think everybody has it, to understand, right, so there's some changes here in CECT admin, so compensation and expenses, and this year, and I don't, so maybe there needs to be some explanation so I understand this number better, right? It looks like we're in the negative, and I don't know if it's a similar phenomenon like we had earlier where it's, so I think just understanding this better would be really helpful if someone could walk us through the budget historically for, especially just on CECT admin.
So the overall impact of that is that Chris did get a couple of new positions that were included in that administrative line. And so they have been tracked carefully with what their expenses are. And the idea is that as they continue on, so those people are added so that they can add more training. And so they will not pay for themselves instantly. There will be, they've paid for themselves actually pretty well, I must say. But within the next year or so, or two, they will pay for themselves, and then, then we'll see more clear revenue, well, not revenue, but profit. Because we have, the only way that they're gonna be able to grow is to add more people to bring the training out.
Got it.
And so that's what it was for. So yes, it was an increase to their
Okay.
budget.
And then this amount, so if, or somebody, or Dodger, if you could scroll over to this end of the document on this number here.
511.
Yeah, that deficit number. So just if maybe Nick can come up and explain this to us. Because I think there are some things, right, like the bookstore and food service that had operated in the red and now we're in the black, and that feels really good. Kids campus, things like that. And so if we could understand what's happening here.
So one thing I want to remind everybody of is the bookstore, kids campus, and
yes,
their auxiliaries.
God,
This
I know.
is not an auxiliary, it's an academic program.
Yep.
I thought it wasn't an academic program.
Well, it's providing training. I mean, it's going to be through a nonprofit, but its mission is to provide training.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's still gonna, it's still gonna cost us money, and this year, it's costing us a lot of money. So what is, and I guess that's the part, just understanding if you can explain the trends here with the costs, and what's going on with that 433,000 number.
Okay, Mr. Chair and board member, if you could scroll up a bit. These are the financials that Amy Tilley puts together, and so as we develop the budget that you approve, this is what we use to do that. And you can see in the gray area, that's a combination of CE, continuing ed, and contract training. And there's another cost center for CECT admin. And so that's all rolled up together there. That's what you see. You can see on the top is the revenue for the entire category of all three cost centers, and then the expenses. And, going back, way back when, we had the challenge course, which was the ropes course, and so you can omit that information now. But as you can see, that's how revenues and expenses looked historically, and then what they arrived out at FY23. I think we can remove the goal net. I mean, we had done that in the past. It was the way we had budgeted in the past, but so I don't think that's really relevant to what we're seeing here.
Okay.
So does that make sense? That's
It does.
On the left-hand side is the separate, like, more individual cost centers.
Yep. So for so that number, so is it right? They haven't had a full year to be able to earn the revenue, correct? So that's why at this point in time we're seeing a deficit. Is my understanding correct of?
No, that's the actuals for last year, FY23.
Oh. So the fiscal year is over, and so we are way overspent.
So what we're trying to show with the budget, and this is a new, and this is, we're really modeling this on what CNM has done, is that these administrative salaries are not shown directly in the profit and loss of the entity. They are they're college jobs that are used in, contributing services to run this program. And so if you were to look at the payroll for Ingenuity and what CNM contributes to Ingenuity, it's millions of dollars every year. And so, but if they don't do that, they're going to have an operation that runs on a shoestring, or else they're only going to be able to take on contracts that are super profitable, and they may be of marginal, value to the community. They're just looking at how are we going to make a bunch of money on this? And that is an entirely different kind of training. I mean, we're really looking, the kind of people we're getting right now into the programs that we're offering are students they're mostly Hispanic males, young, who are not coming to Santa Fe Community College and going through a regular degree program, but they're trying to get a better job, and so they're cool with a 4-week boot camp.
I think the concept is wonderful. Like, I want to make that very clear. Like, I think this is fantastic. I think CNM Ingenuity is great. Janet, like, I know you have an amazing reputation. You're a hustler, and Chris, I don't know you very well or your reputation, and so I think, like, you know, but at the end of the day, like, we have to look at these financials and understand, like, the concept could be wonderful. The plan, again, like, it's been coming together over the last week, which I appreciate you all responding to our questions. But I think when I see something like this, I just want to understand, what happened last year that put us over budget? And then where did the money come from to cover that? If we had approved a different budget and now we're overspent here, where was money pulled from to cover this deficit, basically, is really what I'm trying to understand.
Board Member Quintana, Chairman Gamble, President Raleigh. This money was budgeted at the time we had the budget. There was a bar actually that was done when was it, Nick? Maybe in May, where we added some additional revenue to this account. So if you actually look at the overall expenses for continuing education and contract training and all the human beings who work here, we actually only cost $433,000. We actually covered all the expenses. We're probably about a $1.2 million operation right now. So we went and earned $750,000 of the money that other employees in this college are not asked to do. So this is the way that we are trying to run this program, though very responsibly. But at some point, we do need some strategic investment by the college. So, for instance, in 2008, when the Energy Smart Academy was first created, and it ran for all these years, it had one term employee that was full-time, it had one half-time term employee, and then it had contractors. So guess what? Amanda Hadley went and got another job, and in this very expansive green energy economy with all the money coming from the feds, she doubled her salary and went and worked at another entity, which is fantastic for her. But it was a problem for our college because suddenly our one full-time term employee didn't work here anymore. So we had to go back and correct some situations from the past where now we had to add a full-time permanent employee so we could attract the right kind of talent to run this specialized training. And again, in this full employment economy and in a place where $3 billion is coming from the federal government for weatherization programs, it's a very tight labor market, so we have to pay you know, a decent salary for people to come here. So in part, it's for us to fix, basically a lot of it was fixing the Energy Smart Academy and getting real employees there who have the skill set that we need so we can continue to deliver the training. So it was a strategic investment of the college that the president recommended, and you all did actually pass a bar earlier this year to pay for this. So, you know, if you go back to the other side of this slide, these are what you show here in the salmon is continuing education and just how it runs its program. So this is literally for the delivery of the classes that are in that catalog that we gave you on the table today. This pays for all the expenses of delivering those classes. And then if you go scoot down to, and they had $110,000 profit just for delivering the classes. So we actually did really well. And then in contract training, we have a small deficit, $96,000. It probably amounted to 3 contracts that either got delivered later, or this is an issue that Mosaica can fix. In mid-June, one of our big customers came to us and said, please come into Texas and deliver training for us. We have use or lose money. We need it before June 30th. But our contractor had already reached the cap of $59,999, so we couldn't deliver the training. We had to say, sorry, we don't have a trainer for you. So we had to walk away from that $20,000. So some of these, again, they're timing issues. So as we start moving into next fiscal year, some of these employees that we have just hired, they've only been here for like 3 months. So they're still learning their jobs, but they will become revenue generators as we move through the next few months.
Thank you.
And I would add too, Member Quintana, that revenue that comes in that is earmarked for CE contract training, stuff like the EPA grant and those things, they're not put in their budget. So that is a source of revenue that they have brought in that is not accounted for at all in what they're doing. And there are some other things like that.
Yeah, so we had basically $480,000 of other revenue and expenses, of course, that went with them, but that show up in other parts of the college's budget. So they show up in the foundation's revenue, or they show up wherever the grants are accounted for. HEC rentals, you know, I was asked to take over the HEC during our very challenging time during the pandemic. And at the time, I think we had 7 employees in CE and CT total. And could we please take over this building? And in addition, the 3 FTEs that went with that building were cut from the budget so that the college could save money. So we were successful. We are successfully delivering the mission of running the HEC. It's very robust right now. We've had a lot of events. We do rent out to Highlands, but in addition, we're doing a lot of work renting to other people. And, you know, so this, again, it doesn't show up. It shows up in the conference center. But, you know, there was excess revenue of $30,000 in the HEC last year. So that revenue shows up over here. I mean, if we could put the whole thing together, then we could whack that 433 down by 30,000. So it doesn't exactly work that we get to show everything in this report. So it's kind of, things are a little bit scattered around the college in different, both revenue centers and cost centers.
And
I think it's perfectly clear to me now that this is not necessarily a revenue generating
not yet
program, and that the expenses are absorbed by the college just like all of our other expenses. I mean, tuition does not pay for any of, you know, a tenth maybe of the costs of providing an education. And we are committing to doing other workforce activities with our money, whether, and not expecting that money will reimburse all those positions, but that money will pay for, at the least, the cost of delivering the course.
You got it.
So now
That's it.
it makes perfect sense, and
it takes another lawyer in the room. Oh, and by the way, I texted Lynn on the shall and will thing, and she said they mean the same thing, but we can make them consistent where you want to. So at least we're not like.
They mean the same thing. I'm not sure why we use both, but
well,
okay.
That was probably 3 people cutting.
We've used shall too much. Let's use will.
Yes, definitely 3 people cutting and pasting.
There will be a special class next week on accounting basics, and Nick is going to run that so that anyone,
Nick shall
run it. Or will have
okay.
So.
Yes, any other questions?
I have a couple questions, and I'm really sorry I was not able to attend the meeting last week because I'm very interested in this. I mean, I think it's a great idea. I think there's a lot of positives. I think that we are talking about something that, you know, just like, I mean, I'm having flashbacks to the higher education center, which was going to never need support from the college, but then it did a lot of support from the college. But I think we're acknowledging it in this one, we're acknowledging that it is going to take investment from the college up front. The question I have is that, are we certain, because it seemed as though after we were generous with raises last year, we were projecting revenue deficits going into the future, and can we afford this? And I believe we wouldn't be doing this if we could afford it, but I'd like at some point to have that made very clear that we can't afford this investment, because I think it's a good investment. My other question is, as we move things out of the credit side and put them in CE or CT, and then we move it into a separate organization like Mosaica, what is our commitment to making those courses affordable to members of our community if there is the big industry in paying for the courses, or there isn't a federal grant? Are we certain we'll be able to manage the CE and CT classes to be affordable if we're offloading? And I give the president the example, when I took my solar program at community college, the credit side was full, which would have cost me $250 for a 16-week class, and instead I did $1,200 for a 4-weekend class. So it's substantially more expensive for me to go that route. And I just want to make sure that as we do that we're not tempted to move things into Mosaica and then make it unaffordable for many of our residents. The biggest concern I have with the MOA is the termination clause. Because after the community college, when it suddenly becomes profitable and the community college starts taking 50-50 of the revenues back, I'm concerned that some other institution might see that we've built something amazing, and just when it starts becoming a revenue positive for the community college, they can terminate the agreement with us in 6 months. And that just seems like a very short period of time, and it seems like there should be, just either side can terminate within 6 months. Seems like if we're putting this serious investment into this, then we should have a little more control over that termination.
Mr. Chair, Member Wilson, I think the 6 months clause is pretty standard for these kinds of entities. And the other thing I think that we really have to remember is that Mosaica is not going to have assets that are not the college's assets. So it's still the college's, it's that kind of that weird gray area between being part of the college and apart from the college. But that, I think that we would be very if our mission is to provide new training opportunities or more flexible training opportunities or different training opportunities or whatever, that we are going to be extremely careful about making sure that we're not cutting out certain segments of the population. And so that would be part of the conversation about whether or not something should move into CE. The other thing is that there are some things that are both CE and credit, as you well know. But the other thing that is advanced in the last few years is that there is, it's somewhat aspirational still, or it's caught in a political fight, but there is a movement for workforce Pell, for Pell money for non-credit training that would be tied to workforce development stuff. So like you couldn't take ballroom dancing for dogs or something like that and get workforce Pell money, but you could if you were taking a solar program or something that is clearly either tied to a certification or as a workforce program. The other thing is that the state is finally acknowledging the importance of these programs to our workforce with the I can't remember if it's $20 or $25 million that they appropriated last year expressly for this purpose. And one of the easiest, what they've kind of prioritized as an allowable expenditure is the tuition for students. So, CNM runs those boot camps that are $8,000 or $9,000 a piece.
10.
Yeah, 10 now. So, I will tell you the higher education had some pretty strong heartburn over that in reimbursing those, but apparently they're going to. So what we're doing is certainly way more reasonable than that, even though it's more expensive than a lot of our regular 4-credit programs. So we are going to make sure that there are there are ways that we can cover that money for students. A lot of what we're doing now are employer-based things where, the county's paying for it, the city's paying for it, Workforce Solutions is paying for it. And so, people come into the program knowing that their tuition is already going to be covered like that. But as far as the disbanding of the entity or something like that, the simple thing is that if it were to disband, it would just be, the college has CECT, all of it just like it did before. And then any other kind of program that we're not envisioning right now that we had, then we would have to sort through all of that. But it's a pretty standard termination clause in terms of, any nonprofits that are working with the college like that I've looked at, either like our foundation or Chess or anything like that.
Everything goes back to the college.
It does. Everything goes back to the college.
Although something like the EPA training, that just looked like it was going great, and it's getting its money from federal grants. I'm just saying, at some point, some other entity like the national labs might look at that and say, hey, why is the college doing that? They took the risk, they made the investment, they built this incredible structure. In 6 months, we're going to take it over. And I'm not saying that will happen, and I don't know how normal that 6-month agreement is, but it looks, and it wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing for our community if that happened, but it's just a concern.
It would only be a thing if we decided we didn't want to do it, because we do EPA training right now. We do a lot of EPA training right now, and if Mosaica went away, we could still do EPA training. And we do EPA training for the lab. So, the lab comes to us for the training. Well, they come to Janet Curley, but and Chris, I think.
If I could make a comment also, Board Member Wilson and board members, one of the biggest programs that will benefit from our ability to move into a Mosaica environment is the Environmental Health and Safety Center of Excellence, which we are just standing up now. And for the first time, Janet had an interesting employment situation that wasn't really adequately paying for her and her expertise appropriately, and so we have fixed that. The next thing we need to fix is the fact that we, again, in this full employment, multi-billion-dollar economy where a lot of things are coming to us for things like environmental health and safety, we're going to need to pay the people who are going to be delivering this workforce training at a higher level than the college might have paid other sort of similar jobs. But because of the very specific requirements of the kinds of industry certifications and the number of years that we need people to have as experience, this is almost tailor-made for us to take advantage of the opportunities that have come our way that at this moment we've had to say no to. So there are probably up to $200,000 a year more of training opportunities that will be able to come to us if we can help get the right people in place to do the training at Los Alamos Lab. And in addition, so we could train people at Los Alamos Lab and train environmental technicians at the same time. Right now we can only either do this or that. So when we have the EPA job training program, Janet is busy for 5 weeks, 40 hours a week, training those people, which means nobody is over here training the people at the lab. And so, again, what we're trying to do, I think, is to make strategic investments to help find the right mix of skill sets to train people and to help our community so that they can advance into better paying jobs and help their families.
But on that point, you would be hiring those people as contractors, not as employees.
Well, so again, right now we have our procurement issues.
Right.
So if we have to pay them over $59,000 a year, If we need to employ them over a certain number of days of the year, then there's IRS issues. So there's a few complicated issues that we have to untangle, and some of them we may want to have as full-time employees because they want benefits.
But
And
then,
so we need to be able to have the opportunity to have a mix of full-time employees with benefits and of contractors and of part-time temporary employees.
but then those employees, if we have to employ them, then actually their salaries should come out of Mosaica instead of having all the employees just be subsidized by the college. But I guess those are details.
Well, it depends upon how tied to the training they are. You know, it depends upon how tied to the training they are. Because, you know, as I said, you know, I think there's the perception that C&M does not pay for employees and that's all for ingenuity, but that's not the reality at all. And it's not designed to be that way.
So in this, we're agreeing to pay all of the
Staff
staff.
support,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, on that point, and board members, classification is going to be incredibly important in all of this. Classifying those folks who are delivering training as an instructor, but are, you know, that we pay on a contract, that currently we have issues with procurement, $50,000 RFP rules on.
But you won't have that issue until
Yeah, so
Mosaic.
those ones to me are not bona fide employees. They're contracting to teach a class, right? Then there's going to be the other ones that are within CT and, you know, maybe real college employees, so.
Delivering the service, but if they're delivering the service, then Mosaica we should get reimbursed for that.
Well, the thing is, I think we have to look, anytime we have created a full-time position, it's been because we've evaluated what we're going to be able to do beyond what we're doing now with the full-time position as opposed to a contractor. So a contractor is often not going to be responsible for the program development and monitoring the program and reporting on the program and doing anything like that. So you have to almost have a full-time person to, you know, to really get those things done. And right now, you know, we wouldn't be able to hire anybody who is an additional regular full-time person unless they go through the budget the budget request process, and we've decided this is what we want to fund. So I would look at it, you could look at it sort of analogously to what we've been, you know, talking about a little bit with nursing. So maybe we need to add 2 nursing faculty or something like that. But that doesn't, you might get 2 students from 2 nursing faculty too. What the thinking and the philosophy behind what contract training and CE have been doing really for a long time, and they've been doing it because that's kind of the charge that they've been given, and it has really made them very nimble. So it has been a really good thing to say, you know, you need to think about the revenue that you're generating and the expenses that you're incurring and all that. But what's happening is that non-credit is becoming the same thing as credit. And so if you were to look at English, math, history, any of those things, it's not even anywhere in the same universe as what this is doing in terms of matching up their revenue and expenses. Everything else is like way, you know, in the red if you look at it like that.
Yeah.
I think some of the
Mr. Chair, just real quick on Member Wilson's point too, on kind of protecting the development and research and development of what happens in Mosaica. We have worked with our attorneys within the foundation and within early childhood to define really out what the intellectual rights, property rights are on different things that we come up with in terms of curriculum. So I would encourage that we do the same thing in that, yeah.
I think some of the tension for me, kind of going back to the nursing program, like we heard Ms. Tour earlier saying that she needs more support to relieve the faculty. And so it's like giving the flexibility to CT to hire folks and to pull money from the regular budget, I think is wonderful, but other people across campus don't have that same level of flexibility, it sounds, and so
That's not what they're doing.
well, no, so it's more of like requesting funding for a position that is funded by the college, and so, right, that's the part where,
That's the same for everybody.
exactly, and so
Right.
that's the part where I wonder, right, we know you have a need to be able to hire more folks at potentially higher rates to provide the training that you want to provide and that we want you to provide. The challenge here is like the equity issue around if CECT is able to go and request budget for this based on the training needs, but our regular like nursing program couldn't do that
They could.
necessarily.
They could, and they do.
Okay.
Exactly the same, exactly the same.
So if we, and I guess weighing that decision, so if you had both of them going at the same time, there would be a fair and equitable process for determining who gets that funding.
Right. We would be looking at outcomes. We would be looking at, whether or not, something is, there's a clear need. I mean, we probably can afford both, honestly. Generally no one can really, it's not a matter of the money, it's a matter of the ability, to just sort of take it on and scale it up to where nobody can really take on much more than one or two at a time anyway, because they just can't quite grow that fast.
Further questions, comments?
One more content. So 3.5, can you put 3.5 up? So on 3.5, it's Mosaica will provide any information regarding the financial operations of Mosaica. So I was just gonna request that we put in there the board as well.
Sure.
As requested by the president, the executive committee, or the college board.
Okay.
So my comments on content were all of section 3.0 should be shalls, and the board, college board added to 3.5.
Okay. Got it.
Okay. Having dissected that
Document.
Okay,
in
move
great
to
detail,
Move to approve.
move to approve.
So I move to
Good.
approve with the
With your
additional
edits.
changes and edits. The other thing
Okay.
I would say is this document needs a formatting review and an editing review prior to.
Well, yes, thank you. There were some, a little bit last minute.
Yeah, I know it was last minute, but it's pretty.
Yeah, we will certainly do that.
Okay, so I move to approve with the changes that we've talked about
Okay,
to the document.
and,
Just a second, Jody.
yeah, a second?
Oh, Jody was the second.
Jody seconded with
Okay.
the.
All in
edits.
favor?
Aye.
Okay, Pierre? Pierre? Pierre?
No pressure, yeah, George? You don't need my vote, you have a majority, but.
No, but you're here,
You're allowed
and,
to abstain.
Yeah, I know I can abstain. I think, so I'm gonna just make a comment. I think this is such an important initiative, and I think the way in which we received the information felt haphazard, and I would have expected more preparation beforehand going into it for this level of investment. We approved this, I think, like over 2 years ago, and in the last week, we're working on documents, getting questions answered, where if you were going into a bank asking for any money, they would not have given you any because there was no plan. And so that's the part for me where I have some reservations, and I think it's really important when folks are coming to the board to ask for this level of investment to be sure that the preparation that is required is put into something like this. And I think that happened over the last week. I think I saw a lot of people working really hard, but it didn't have to wait to this point. So with that, I will vote yes, because I think this is an amazing concept. But I will be looking closely at the expenses and the revenue going forward.
Okay. Unanimously approved. Thank you. Thank you, Becky, for all that clarification. And we still have time, maybe, for Ms. White to give us grant updates. Or maybe Yash will do that in her stead.
Just the timing didn't work out this time, but Laura wanted to just share all the list of grants the college has applied and received over the last couple of years, so people are aware of. And it's just an FYI. In some cases, just please note that it might be a multi-year grant that is listed in a single year, because it's not that, you're not going to, for example, Title V, you're not going to get $1.5 million in 1 year, right? It's over a 5-year time period. But we just wanted to share what was actually on the current list of dockets of items so that the board members are aware. So it's just an FYI. In case somebody comes to you and say, hey, we are not applying for any grants. That might be a little bit different.
And this is just one grant writer.
And also these are only the ones we received, not all the ones we applied.
Right.
So
yeah.
And a lot of times, you know, we actually, it's a team effort when you write grants. So it's not just Laura. Although she is pretty fantastic.
Have we tried using AI for any grant writing?
Not for AI yet, although we have been experimenting with our assurance argument, which I'll be happy to share after I'm finished writing. Well, not me. It's, once again, a village effort. And I'll sort of ask you which section do you think was written by AI versus which one was done by humans.
Do we have a Title III grant? Or we have 2 Title V?
We have 2 Title V grants. We've applied for Title III grants. I don't off the bat remember if we have one active currently. We have received something in the past. There's usually something we do with universities and relationships to Title III, so I don't see it there, so I guess not. But we do apply for them.
Okay.
Any further comments to Yash about the grants?
Manage all those.
Yeah.
If not,
And account for all of
Well,
those.
that would be the issue.
Yeah, and so just so you know, in some cases we say no to people coming to us because we are pretty full on the capacity. It's not because it's not a good idea. It's also about aligning strategically. I'm sorry, I could talk about it for a little bit.
Well, and you know, a $15,000 grant has the same level of accounting sometimes.
Right. Yeah.
Or more sometimes.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And so we want to go for the big ones, impact for student economic development, all those things. And thoughts?
okay.
So,
Okay.
You want to now talk about updating the strategic plan, action plans?
sure. Once again, I have my colleague here, Todd Bruce, who has recently joined the college.
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
FYI.
Welcome. We've had good engagement from across campus. Is getting the action plan set for the fall. We will likely have a little different approach coming next year just because of me starting in August. So we would like to have the action plans for each of the initiatives all completed before classes start. I think that'll kind of line up a little bit better with all the different rates of activity that come along. So good lessons learned, but great engagement so far. Again, just getting started with the year. So I know we have a mid-year and an annual review. You ever have anything that comes up and like to have questions for us, let us know. But otherwise, we're making good progress.
Just many of you are already aware of this, but in interest of time, but still wanting to share a little bit of the process. This entire process, when you do a strategic plan for us, it's a living document, meaning that people are given the opportunity to adjust and change the strategies. It's not written as set in stone. People frequently come to exec teams and saying, hey, I need help here, I need changes here. We have a sort of a best of both worlds approach in strategic planning. It's a combination of sort of being more agile, but also planning out the long term. And then we are sort of flexible in terms of what people want to do because we believe in really the ownership of the process. So we let the teams come up with a strategy while the executive sponsors support those leads with different resources and support as they move along. In some cases, we have 100% completion for the project goals, in part because we want them to take the risk. If you make it a little bit too tight on the outcome base in terms of measuring the KPIs, then we find that people tend to be conservative because they're afraid. Right? And when you're afraid, you don't do something differently to try to improve things. We keep expecting the different results for the same exact strategy. And so we want to actually encourage people to sometimes take a risk. In other cases, we want to have a concrete output-based outcomes like retention, graduation, enrollment, that kind of thing. And so that's the reason you see some sort of differentiation. In general, though, we want to make sure we go in a collaborative approach, a supportive approach.
How does, this nursing program is just a, without killing all the nurses apart, but it's kind of an interesting example of something that I don't know how it fits into the strategic plan, but it's interesting in the sense of we recognize it from lots of perspectives as being very important. We also recognize there are some local issues. Demand is not where we think it should be. How do we sort of factor that into a strategic plan?
So just off the bat, and Todd, jump in. There's about 5 to 6 strategic plan items that overlap with the nursing shortages and how can we support the nursing students to be successful. For example, one of the issues that Terry mentioned, and I think all of you are aware, is that we have pretty elaborate level of prerequisite requirements, right? And so the whole KPIs and whole the strategy relating to how can we actually make the math placement process even better, because the math faculty are doing some amazing stuff with Alex PPL. So I want to make sure you understand that it's not that, but they're encouraging and they're really excited about making that process even better right now. So we want to support the math faculty in that development. That in turn has an impact in terms of how quickly students get through the nursing pipeline. The relationship with the local employers in the couple, 2 or 3 different strategic plan items directly relates to how can we actually make sure that we have more nursing students and more nursing employments and more nursing partnerships. The guided pathway approach. I mean, if I don't mention that, Julie would probably just hit me in the throat. So I need to make sure. No, she would never do that. I'm sorry. But that whole approach of making sure that students actually have a much more simplified and defined process of ensuring that the students could actually go through the process as quickly as possible. The support of student parents, as Terry mentioned, it's tough being a student and a parent. I myself have done it, and it is incredibly, incredibly tough. And so having that support, including nursing students who are also parents, to make sure they're successful, that's another thing that's actually contributing to how can we make sure more nurses actually, graduate from SFCC and stay within our community. So intentionally, a lot of our strategic plan items, it's broad, but it's also precise, and there's overlap, right? There's a lot of synergy going towards that direction. So the strategic plan supports the college's effort to have more nurses within the community in that ways. More on a local level, we've also recently have a term IR director that we've been so fortunate to have, Larry Sanderson. He is pretty amazing, and I've asked him to work with Terry and others to sort of further investigate what's happening in the nursing pipeline so that we could provide additional support from the data perspective and a strategy perspective. So we recently had a conversation about what's happening here, comparing other schools and see what they're doing. And so I'm really excited, the collaboration. And I think that's actually key to all of our success, right? Working together as a team from a different background to making sure that we actually have a common goal. And so from a strategic planning perspective, that's some of the ways that I see that the plan supports the whole nursing challenge, shall we say.
Refreshing to hear it come up in the conversation, some of the things that we've been working on.
Yeah, it's really exciting. Our people come up with really good plans and good ideas. So, yeah, I'm always grateful for them.
Me too.
Yeah. Especially the cross-sectional teams. Those are they always come up with a diversity of ideas. I just love it. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say I really like them. I liked reading through them. I mean, they're kind of like road maps, but they're more like vision maps, right? And obviously living documents. I mean, chess is an example, right? With the change in schedule, the chess document's going to be changed. But at least it shows that what people are thinking about and how they're thinking about getting there, right? Where they want to be and how they're going to try to get there, and which helps you support them.
Absolutely. And, having a system, but also having a person like Todd who's sort of a buddy and a mentor and sort of, sometimes encourage them to go a little bit further, right? Like, that's really helpful for us to really accomplish something more than what we've been doing in the past. So,
yeah. Very nice.
Any other comments, questions? You guys are just out of questions at this point, right?
Be careful, I'm just going to keep talking about strategic plan.
We
Do you have
saved
any
everything
shalls?
else, like, you're off the hook.
Do you have any shalls or wills for them?
Yeah, shall.
And ours are more flexible in that term. So.
Okay, if no further comments or questions, thank you very much.
We appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thanks for hanging around so late. And we can, I think, go through the next items pretty quickly. We don't have any policy-related matters to discuss today. I don't think we have any board reports, as far as I know.
Jody, Becky, and I are going to the ACT conference in October.
We are.
So the three of us will be
ACCT.
ACCT. The three of us will be in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Oh,
my
Las
least
Vegas.
favorite place on
I've
earth.
never been there.
Oh, that's tough.
Just plan to stay at the conference.
I was going to say, well,
What's
there's
the
probably a
conference
reason.
hotel?
The
The
Aria?
Aria?
We're not staying
Yeah,
there
we're
because
not
it was
staying
like
there.
a
We're at the
bajillion
Embassy
dollars.
Suites, so we can work.
Yeah, for Embassy Suites.
When is that conference?
It is the 9th through the 12th.
Yeah.
I believe.
Okay,
Yeah, so we'll report back on October 25th. how it goes.
wonderful, wonderful.
Okay, I won't be at the 25th board meeting because we're going to Greece.
Oh, lucky.
Going where?
To Greece.
To Greece?
Yeah.
To go hiking?
Really?
No, not
Swimming?
Keep your itinerary for me.
You going to places where they didn't have fires and
Yeah.
and floods?
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Or riots.
Okay,
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Well, have fun.
You will be missed.
yeah. Okay, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous. Great, thank you all very much.
Thank you all very much.
All right. I know that
Well, that was long.